Welcome, champions. How's everyone doing? How you doing, Void? Da Kubele, Shakens, Caius? How y'all doing? My cat's already getting to it. She's just laying there hollering at me, gotta show her. There's just the rules of the stream. What are you doing? I guess she's camera shy, doesn't want to meow again. Oh, man. Whoo-wee. How's everyone doing? Need to get something going in the background. Might have to do a repeat of a previous. As most of you know, have something playing in the background. If it's too quiet or too loud for you, just let me know. It's more meant to just keep me sane. Or drive some of you insane. We'll see. How you doing, Parada? I need coffee. Super Mario on loop doesn't keep anyone sane. To be fair, this isn't Mario. We have done Mario 64. Meow. You're just gonna keep going, aren't you? Oh well. You didn't come here to stay sane, all good? Yeah, that's probably a good mindset to have coming in here. But today we got seat 7. Let's pull up the game. There's the game. Wow. And here's seat 7. This will be an interesting one. Good morning. What's up, Goldstog? How you doing? Welcome back. And we got Minsc, Catti-brie, Jim, Farideh, Freely, Xerophon, Egbert, Black Viper, Lucius, Gazrick, and Vin Ursa. Some good ones, some not so good ones, and some hanging out in the average range, probably. It'll be interesting to take a look where they used to be and where they're gonna fall. We'll probably just start out with Minsc, with the core champion, and look at them as we go, taking recommendations along the way. I wish you guys could hear my cat. She is just hollering at me. Oh man. Maybe it's a good thing you can't hear her, because it would be distracting. Ah, Minsc. Minsc. And my other cat is meowing at the door. They will be completely fine for the couple of hours leading up to when I'm about to stream, but then they just both go crazy. I swear they know I'm about to go. Oh, Minsc. Mainstay of the franchise. So popular, he even made it into Baldur's Gate 3. The problem is, he's kind of been stuck in his design for a very long time. And even when he came out as a core champion, he got outclassed very quickly. Once they started introducing more and more champions. Because all of his buffing revolves around his favored enemy. Which is tied to his specializations. Where are you? My bald brother. You will choose with Minsc. Either humanoids, beasts, undead, fae, or monstrosities to become his favorite enemy. But now there's Dynahair lifting him from M tier all the way up to F tier. Yeah, that is one positive thing that has happened for him lately, is getting the Ceramorphous' feat to be at least somewhat usable with the absolute adversaries, while also being able to be pulled in with Dynahair. We'll go into that a bit, but that is helpful for Elminster a little bit. Because that means you will, whenever Dynahair is available, you will have Minsc, potentially, but that does weaken Dynahair. But you will just choose one of his favored humanoids. If you're going to use Dynahair, is a good option, because she will force spawn humanoids. And that's kind of one of the problems with Minsc as a whole, is all of his buffing, which to begin with isn't the greatest, right? Just an E10 for me at 30,000 item levels through E4. So he's not great buffing, and very restrictive in that he needs his specific favorite enemy to be on screen to even offer his buff in the first place. But we've got Dynahair, who can choose to bring Minsc in with her specialization, as we went over in C3. But her scaling is best with circle magic, so she's nerfed when you choose that, but it will offer Minsc to be thrown in to a run he is otherwise not able to be used in. For the sake of this, we're just going to take that. But with Dynahair, you have Enemy of Thay. Humanoid enemies are Dynahair's favorite foe. There is a 50% chance that an additional red wizard spawns with each wave in non-boss areas. 50%'s pretty good. You're going to see a pretty steady flow of humanoids with that. So then if you buff humanoids with Minsc, that kind of has synergy there. But he also himself has... it was there. Boastful. Whenever a non-boss enemy wave spawns, there is a chance an extra enemy spawns with Minsc, and a 10% chance at 2 enemies spawning, and they will always be his favorite foe. So he himself also has a way to just spawn his favorite foe. Both of these, if you choose something other than humanoids, can also work with someone else in this seat, Vin Ursa, and that they can force spawn enemy types that won't normally be available for that run, for her to scale her favorite foe mechanic off of. But we'll get to that when we cover her. But he is a DPS as well, and because he spawns more enemies, he's technically classified as speed. He does have overkill to benefit with being a DPS. Whenever Minsc hits a single enemy with his cleave, where his main attack is cleave and hits multiple enemies, so if he only hits one, he deals more damage. Again, we're not talking big numbers, and he's not a competitive damage dealer. He is a part of the Heroes of Baldur's Gate and has some vague synergy there, and like I said, he does have a Ceramorphosis feat, so he can in ways synergize with the absolute adversaries. If you're swapping Minsc and Vin Ursa with each other between waves to get her count up, that's some impressive micromanagement. It is hard to do because they share a seat, but it is possible. If you go to a zone where you're not instantly killing them and you're just making him spawn them and you swap them, it's doable. It is clunky and cumbersome, but it is doable. Yeah, so not a whole lot to Minsc. We will go over his availability though. Let's see if I even have... Okay, I do. I'm slightly underprepared. Not that I'm ever fully prepared. So, with Minsc, he is good, so he will be available for Mert. He does have high constitution, so he will be available for Vajra. And we'll take a look at his feats. He has no attribute feats, ability score feats, so he will never be available for Strahd, being at 10. He will not be available for Zariel with his 10 charisma. And he is a core champion, so he will not be available for Elminster. My cat is taking a crap. You see, she has this thing. Let's see if I can, She will sit there and scratch at the edge of the plastic, never moving any of the litter. And she will just sit there and scratch, and scratch, and scratch, hoping to move litter, but only hitting plastic. So if you hear scratch, 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 that's her. Anyway, we left off at Elminster, right? And every day one trials restriction he will be available for other than that low charisma. So 2 out of 5 patrons, 5 out of 6 trials. Not the worst, not the best. So he's a strange one for sure. Probably not going to see use in too many formations, most of which is probably going to be the absolute adversaries these days. But again, you can pull him into Elminster with Dynahair, as she's pretty recent and will be available for Elminster for quite a while. God, cat. You just don't stop. You don't stop. You're out of food. No more food. Previously, we had Minsc in... He's still pretty awful with AA, honestly. Yeah, he's not great. They already have too many humans. And... Sorry. She's going nutty. I just can't help it. I can't. When she's constantly just meowing at me, staring at me, what do? She doesn't like that I'm talking to you guys. There she goes. Okay. She's probably going to go into hiding now. But yeah, he doesn't exactly synergize amazingly with the absolute adversaries by any stretch. Being a ranger, he at least doesn't conflict with folk heroes classes, but being a human is kind of rough. Yeah, she's going into hiding. So yeah, we previously had him pretty low to begin with, in the C-. As you can see there, so he wasn't exactly rated super high to begin with, but let's take a look at the current list. Now, I would almost argue his usefulness has gone up ever so slightly because of that Ceremorphosis stack and being tied to Dyed Hair, but his kit still isn't great. Man. Oof. ED. I was thinking high D. Buff is so god-awful, yeah. That's like, no matter what you use him for, his buffing is never great. Like, if it at least scaled with something, we'd be, you know, talking a different story here, but it's just a flat buff tied to a flat gear. That's about it. I mean, he's got feats, but again, it is on the, like, it's not even middle ground, it's lower end. Which, again, that's more like D is kind of looking like those in the middle ground with something else they offer, right? And he does offer some favored foe shenanigans. Not the greatest, but... That being said, he is more useful than E. Only DPSing completely, yeah. That's kind of, yeah, that's why I was thinking, like, maybe right there is kind of my instinct. Right next to Donner. Because I definitely use him more than those behind him, you know? How's everyone feel about that one? That feels appropriate? You think so? That's where I'm vibing. Not much of a dip for him, even though he's slightly better than useful, but again, in the spirit of all things of this game, I think that's about where he belongs. Good place for him. What's up, Kratos? Yeah, I think so. I think that's actually pretty solid for him. I'm into it. You use Polton every week, twice generally. Why, is he your lock for trials? Oh, I would have to test. I'm usually I either run Makos or Celeste for my group when they want health. So normally I lock Celeste these days, because someone else just reached Makos viability. But hey Kratos. Yeah, with Jarl Axel in jail, I haven't had to test that in a long time between Stokey and Polton. Better than Brig, I feel? Yeah, I do. Brig gives a slightly better than buff than Minsc, not even by much. And beyond that, he does nothing other than that. So, I think Minsc has some more slightly unique utility than Brig, personally. But yeah, Polton versus Stokey, I might need to test that just to see, because I haven't used either of them in so long for their gold find that, whew, yeah, I just don't even know. But yeah, I think old Minsc boy, that's where he's gonna go. Well, we've got the whole seat open. At this point, other than the core champion, is there anything anyone wants to look at first? We can go any way. Xerophon, go straight for the evergreen. I can do that. Well, you did just mention Vin Ursa. Alright, so we've got multiple quarters on the table. We'll go Xerophon, into Vin Ursa, into Catti-brie. So, straight into Xerophon. I tried to get Xerophon's repeated, what is it? Repeat imitation up, but only got it to about 150. That's okay though, we can still go over the kit. Xerophon, evergreen. So, I like to have a little asterisk, in a way, next to the evergreen champions, as they all tend to scale a little higher, you know, than the core champions. A lot of them carry decent weight, and I believe Xerophon's pretty decent. And being evergreen, you'll always get gear from gold chests, which is good. Can scale pretty well, but they came out at a time where positionals hadn't fully taken over yet, and Xerophon does not have any positionals. Can reach decent numbers, but not positional. So that's kind of a hit these days. But we'll just go straight into the kit. Perfect Imitation, which is tied to the ultimate Perfect Imitation, where Xerophon picks an enemy from the current adventure and imitates them for 60 seconds. While imitation lasts, Xerophon does not attack, but increases the damage of all champions. If an enemy has been seen in the past 15 seconds, the damage is further buffed. So just by using Xerophon's ultimate, you're going to be offering a buff to the group. We will go into that in a second. All of these ability score traits you see, low strength, high dexterity, blah blah blah, those will all be tied to specialization choices, which we will go into shortly. Xerophon also, however, has Adaptable, which is a flat damage buff, on top of Perfect Imitation. Increase the damage of all champions by blank, further increased for each stack of Adaptable Xerophon has. Each champion provides adaptable stacks based on the number of specializations that they do not qualify for. Again, that's based on specializations. We'll get one person out. Well, we'll just throw out just people, just to show how that stacks. It doesn't matter. Blah, 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 blah. I don't care, just getting people. Okay, so we're at 19. Previously, this buff was at an E9. With 19 stacks, we're at a 5E10. It doesn't scale that hard with those adaptable stacks, so it's not something you necessarily have to hard worry about. Well, let's see what it was for sure, so I'm not just talking out of my ass. 5E10 with this group with 19, which isn't the best, but not like the worst either as far as stacks go. So yeah, 5E10 versus 9E9. That's not a multiplicative scaling, that's not a pre-stack or anything, it's just a very minor boost to adaptable. So yeah, we'll go ahead and just throw people back out. Not a huge difference. There we go. So now, we're even lower now, but 15 to 19, 4E10 to 5E10, not a huge difference. However, Perfect Imitation has multiple ways it will scale as well. When the only enemy alive during Perfect Imitation is a boss, increases the damage bonus of Perfect Imitation per second, stacking multiplicatively. Stacks will reset when the ultimate ends, so you can't just infinitely scale it. Repeated Imitation is kind of the huge one. Increase the damage of Perfect Imitation each time it's used in an adventure, stacking multiplicatively up to 500 times. Stacks will reset when the adventure is over. So, I pre-farmed this a little bit before streaming. I got it up to 147, and that's going to be an E8 bonus. Being multiplicative, if you can reach that 500, that gets to a pretty decent bonus. It's not going to be like, we're not talking, you know, pre-stack crazy scaling, but it scales pretty well. Well, I guess technically, in a way, it's not pre-stack, but you can increase it with gear, but it is a post-stack multiplier. But yeah, it gets pretty good, and that's what makes Xerophon almost interesting to rank, because we're talking the flat bonus from adaptable is always active. And when the ultimate is active, so I'll go ahead and activate Xerophon's ultimate. It's 6, okay. And you're going to see, boom, we have a damage bonus down here now. So this is going to scale, there's another way it scales, times whatever the post stack is, obviously, yeah. So, yeah, we're killing a little. Generally, you want things to stay alive a bit, and that'll scale it up more. But we'll go into that. That's lower than it should be for a progression team. For me, generally, in this range, you're going to see about an E10, and it'll scale up to like an E14, maybe. Because there is also, where is it? I meant to do that first. Weak spot. Increase the damage of perfect imitation each time the enemy Xerophon isn't imitating, or an enemy with the same name, is killed during perfect imitation. Actually, it should have been scaling up a bit there. Huh. Stacks reset when the ultimate ends. That actually should have been stacking up. Why wasn't that stacking up? Interesting. Maybe it's like a weird interaction with Dynahair? Maybe? Let's just throw an ALE out there. Unless I'm missing something. But so you can either scale it with a boss being alive, so it does scale during boss encounters, or killing enemies Xerophon is imitating during a basic push. Oops. And you know, I guess while that's cooling down, we'll go over Xerophon's specialization choices. This is something a lot of people don't like, is Xerophon has a choice for ability scores. So you have to go through the gauntlet of choosing all of the ability scores, deciding whether you want that slight boost or reduction in cooldown, because actually, did it detail it there? Oh, crap. Where did it detail that? I actually don't remember. But basically, you're choosing between a reduced ultimate cooldown or slightly buffing their other main buff. Is it adaptation? I already forgot. Anyway, naturally, we're talking a very long cooldown, 600 seconds. So reducing the cooldown is pretty nice, considering buffing up is it adaptation or adaptability? And I'm tripping myself up. We'll look in a second. So, adaptable, yeah. Because again, making them qualify for it wasn't boosting it that high, but the reduction in ultimate cooldown, yeah, total cooldown reduction 60 seconds. So getting them more qualification per ability score reduces the ultimate further. And you want to reduce that ultimate so you can stack up repeated imitation and just have the buff up as often as possible. You can use Veronica, it needs Infeed, Merwin, you can get all those champions to match spec choices to farmers. Yeah, so getting the peak numbers, like you can make the perfect formation for reducing the ultimate as much as possible, which if you're looking to farm, you might want to do. You think you've gotten more use out of Prudence than Xerophon? Never managed to get his numbers to a good point. It does take time, pushing deep in a run, and a little finagling, so it is somewhat difficult to get their kit up and running, but especially for the time they released, pretty good numbers overall. Okay, I want to see, because technically speaking, only beasts are spawning right now, right? Yeah, because Xerophon was not stacking up perfect imitation based on kills before. There we go. Yeah, it must have been a weird Dynahair interaction or something, but you can see now, or maybe familiars don't count for the kills. As we're killing, it stacks up a bit. We're getting to an E12, potentially up to an E14 before it ticks off. And so we're talking this buff on top of adaptable, so we're 5E10 and an E13 for me right now. All things considered, both of those together makes for pretty good buffing. Not the best, and it's not positional, and it's difficult to ramp up. Still decent. I mean, we're talking, you know, depending on your situation, an overall buffing of like an E20 to an E22 at my stage, overall, if you stack everything up perfectly. But again, difficult to do. Still decent. Not the craziest, but still decent. On top of being based on ability scores, Xerophon does have a lot of ability score feats, and that does help with qualifications. So we will look at Xerophon's availability. It doesn't matter a ton that it's not positional except with 3 specific champions, 2 of whom are in S tier. Oh, I see your point. Yeah, that is the problem. Is the game has very heavily leaned into being positional based. I think that's a negative. It would be nice to see somehow slightly transitioning out of that to make more people viable, but you know, what are you gonna do? But we'll look at availability. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. So, however, Xerophon is neutral, so right away not available for Mert. However, Vajra and Strahd will be available with a feat. So you will need the, let's see here. You will need the Durable for Vajra for the Constitution to 14. And you will need the Strength Athlete for Zariel, or Strahd, rather. No, I'm tripping all the way up. Keen Mind, there we go, for Strahd. Can be used in Zariel. It does say you can't on Bite Glow, but with the Strength feat you can. 10 Strength and 17 Charisma. So I don't know why it says that, but you can be viable for Zariel with the Strength feat. Unless I'm like completely missing something. This might be another one we caught. But yeah, because I'm at 10, 17. So you can be viable for Zariel with a feat. So that is out of Mert. However, you can be available for Vajra, Strahd, and Zariel, all requiring feats. Will be available for Elminster, but not for a crazy amount longer. Xerophon came out 895 days ago. And remember, that cutoff is 1095. So not for a little bit still, but that'll be on the horizon. And all of day 1 trials are natural. You don't need feats for all day 1. So good availability, only being locked out of Mert if we're considering feats, which 3 of those do require feats though. So good availability, which kind of matches the whole vibe of Xerophon to begin with, in my opinion. Yeah. So, previously, I believe Xerophon was ranked around the, like, high B, like B+, or on the lower end of B+, but most of that was, even at the time, Xerophon was good when Xerophon first released, for a lot of people. That being said, all of that difficulty in ramping up was considered in the ranking. I don't know if they're gonna move much, if at all. Let's take a look at the current lists. That's not the right thing. We need another doppelganger to copy your teammates instead. I've been saying that for a long time, Sinux. That would be such a cool ability. That is how you would copy, you know, bring in someone else from a different seat. Or a changeling, a doppelganger or a changeling, even like a Rakshasa, because they can shapeshift, right? But like something that can copy any champion in the game and they can pull it into wherever they're slotted, right? Even someone in their own seat. Someone who can just be anyone. That would be so cool, but probably not gonna see that. As far as where Xerophon is going now, move down probably, you don't think has the usefulness of anyone else in the B+. Yeah, that's what we're taking a look at now. And that's pretty much, yeah, speedsters and... I mean, Xerophon can get in the buffing range of like Baloth and Teriel, but it is much more difficult to do. Although Baloth is kind of... Oh, man. Honestly, you wouldn't even fit into B-. High mid B-, maybe around Rhea. You use Xerophon in your Ashara team. I think, yeah, and that's one thing. I think he does fit into Ashara with exotic, as Xerophon's race does count for the exotic. Pretty good, but also annoying to stack up. Ashara isn't that impressive either. I guess they can go together. C+ or bottom half of B-. Way too clunky for B+. When you need Xera, they're there, day to day. Yeah. And that's the thing. Yeah, I can see B- for sure. Let's see. B- sound good. Numbers feel better than C. Yeah, I think Xerophon does not belong in the C. Difficult to use, but at the same time, between Regis and Cisaspia, somewhere in that bracket, you think? More useful than Veronica, despite her problem, you still use her way more. I mean, if you're using like Daddy Synergy, she definitely will be used more. But other than that, Veronica, way too RNG based. This one is a bit more difficult for me. I'm hearing a lot of somewhere in this range. I don't disagree with that. Necessarily. Yeah, if Zero is annoying to use, Veronica's even worse. That's the thing is, you're not relying on RNG with Xerophon, just time. So if you're going to do a deep push and he's useful for your run, Xerophon is going to put up good numbers. But Veronica, you're going to have to keep rinse repeating and hoping her RNG lines up. Whereas Xerophon, they are just a slot, put a familiar on their ult, and go, you know? Veronica fits into niches where Zero is just okay wherever they go. Again, I think Zero does take off with an Ashara team, personally. I think Xerophon fits the exotic pretty good for Ashara. But that is probably mostly the only time you're going to use them. Zero's time consuming, half an hour, ult stacking is just annoying. Yeah. Maybe just behind Cisaspia. I mean, I could see in a unique way Lament and Xerophon being almost on par mechanically. Xerophon's always been a weird one to rank. I just like Desmond more. But that's personal. I don't know. Cisaspia. Just behind Rhea for you. I think Puent is better than Xerophon. Merylwyn is iffy. She's mostly there for gold find. Is he better than Dadius? The problem with Dadius was who Dadius can actually affect with his buff. His buffing probably overall has the opportunity of being better, but Xerophon has no restriction in who they buff. And yes, time ramp for peak, but to get even to roughly a low E18 overall or an E20 potentially, not too much work, and buffs everyone. Not positional, but Xerophon's a weird one, just because it's so unique. I don't hate that placement, but I'm still thinking on it. Coffee one down. I don't hate it. I just don't know if I'm fully jiving. But I don't know what I'd do to change it. Thinking over after, let's move on. He's not worth this much time. It is true. We can do more of the time wasting at the end. 2 champs in first, coffee down, out here chugging fast. Hey, I told you I'm struggling today. If you had the chance to go back, you probably wouldn't even unlock him. See, I disagree with that, personally. But everyone plays different. But yeah, we'll move on for now. No. Okay, so I think Vin Ursa was next, or was it Catti? I think it was Vin. I love Vin Ursa. Design in general. We went over this another day. Vin Ursa is great. You'd absolutely unlock again. You'd rather levels go to Crux or Blushi. I mean, yeah. Vin Ursa Knight. That took me a while in my head to put that together, what you were typing there. Zero needs a number boost. Zero gets to decent numbers, though. That's the thing. I hate the contracts mechanic so much, though. I mean, I can understand people not liking it. I think at this stage, if you get to the later stages of the game, it's not an issue. But you didn't believe in her, but used her to push through a variant this week, and she impressed you. And that's the thing. Again, Vin Ursa also takes time, which is kind of a bit of a problem for her, but it's gotten better with no wasted contracts. That's true, Caius, in that, yeah, no matter what, you're always getting event tokens now. That does help Vin Ursa as well. We'll go through her specialization choice, since it's right here, and ties into her kit anyway. You're guessing her spec choice is not considered positional? It is positional, Rondo. If we're talking this choice right here for Vin Ursa, it is positional. Vin is tedious, but the numbers are actually worth it. That's fair. You don't care anymore for Evergreen Island level? But yeah, so Vin Ursa, right away, her first specialization choice is her buffing. And you're choosing either front deck or rear deck, which is the damage of all champions in the front 2 columns, or the damage of champions in the back 2 columns. So you're just going to pick whichever is going to be where your DPS is, unless you're using War Duke, and it's going to be inverted as it is a positional, so just keep that in mind. For now, we'll go rear 2. And then you have a choice in alignment buffing, and so you're just going to choose evil, neutral, or good. That's entirely dependent on what your DPS is. I don't know who we're going to use, we're just going to go with evil. So, right out the gate, that's 2 buffs, rear deck, flatline at E11. That's not great, but there's a lot of ways to scale it. Where's the other one? Yeah, friends in low places, that never scales hard. It just doesn't. But, just a slight buff. Always go evil, That reminds me of, we are front and back backwards. There was, because good is dumb. When I was raiding in World of Warcraft back in Wrath of the Lich King, and we had a Restoration Druid, healer of the raid. Oh, that dude cracked me up. You would literally just hear him pop a wine bottle and just chug, and like, we would always be like, "You okay, dude?" And every time he would start healing in an encounter, he'd always go, "Hots up! Hots up!" Every time. But it was either him or his buddy that raided with us. I forget who it was. Their laugh was like the traditional evil laugh. Just, you would make a joke and he'd go, That was just his laugh. Oh, it killed me every time. Was it because they kept dying on Blood Prince Council because they couldn't stop jumping? No, this was actually pre-ICC. We were raiding in the tournament one. I forget what it's called offhand. That's what happened to all our trees. Yeah, he stopped playing with the guild before ICC. But yeah, Trial of the Grand Crusader, yeah. We were in there and that's where he was. It was always a new Barak. He was, anyway, yeah. Just that evil laugh always makes me think of that. Anyway, so, first of all, a great spot of Vin Ursa's availability is Vin Ursa can be used in any Light of Xerxes campaign, adventure, or variant, even if she would not normally be available to be used due to variant or patron restrictions. When we get to availability, you'll see Vin Ursa will be usable for Elminster for quite a while. But even being available for Elminster, there's a lot of lockouts that she will still just be available for because of that. But yeah, 2 players with a recursive laugh loop. Had some amazing boss design, plagued by not enough playtesting to find an amazing puppy strat. Yeah. I mean, I stand, like, if I did make a tier list for World of Warcraft expansions, I was talking about this with, I think it was Sure Shakens, that I would put Wrath of the Lich King in S tier, and it would be the only one in S tier for me. I would make some choices that would probably upset some people with the rest of them, but I think Wrath is the overall best state WoW has ever been in. But anyway, so there are multiple ways to buff that rear deck specialization. First of all, Vin Ursa is also a favored foe user. She will pick a random monster type from the monsters in the current adventure as her favored foe. Her favored foes drop more gold, and all champions deal more damage against them. So another buff, on top of tracking how many favored foes there are within that adventure, and there are ways to make all of them count as her favorite foe. That is with her ultimate. Let's see if it's actually detailed there. Vin Ursa blasts an enemy. She has a 20% chance to score a critical hit, and the enemy becomes a favored foe if she crits. So her ultimate can crit, and you want it to, because it will mark that enemy type as a favored foe. Did they equalize? Yeah, I know they tinkered with it a little. Is it that they equalized her ult? You can't buff it anymore? Or can you still? I forget what they did. Very strong with Dyna Speed if you can stack it, yeah. Vin Ursa, I keep struggling with that. Vin Ursa is great when you are actively playing, but she's not amazing for a background party, that's true. She needs 100 bounty contracts, and you need to be watching for enemies she hasn't yet collected for her Vicious Vantage. He's a great buffer and has good gold find potential. Yeah, crit feats. But again, what did they do to her ult? They did something. I forget exactly what it was. Baseline of 2.5%. Can get 17.5, but why is it 20? Because it didn't used to just scale off her crit and then they changed it somehow. Am I crazy? You think they nerfed crit feats? Wasn't her ult plus 20 chance to crit? Well, I thought, man, I might just be misremembering. Yeah, it might just be plus 20% on top of her crit, or I feel like they nerfed it. Man, am I just tripping? I swear they nerfed it in some way. Maybe I'm just being crazy. Crit feats used to be double. Yeah, I thought they did something to Vin Ursa's ultimate, but I'm probably just tripping. But let's just see if we can at least tag beasts to be added to Vicious Vantage. Or not Vicious Vantage, but Bounty Hunter. Crit. I don't think that was a crit. No. Crit. Remember crit feats as numerical and additive. Again, to her ult is what I'm thinking. I swear they did something to her ult, but again, I'm probably just being stupid. Bring forth the Starian. Yeah, I was using Wolfgar for the additional crit if it affected the ult. I don't remember if it does. Yeah. I mean, I guess I could at least do this. I won't spend too long trying to get this. I just want to scale it up a bit. But it does matter to have them all because, again, Vin Ursa increases the effect of your deck specialization for each favored foe she has, stacking multiplicatively. Buffs apply to the pre-stack multiplier, so this is important in order to buff up her damage. As far as the rear or front deck specialization goes. Kalkra, hey, just got here. Who'd you miss? You missed Minsc and Xerophon. That's it so far. Minsc is D tier, Xerophon is B-. Yeah, so that's very important for scaling her damage. And you can do shenanigans in that, let's say this run did not have humanoid. I could get Dynahair out and force spawn humanoids and still get that to count. Still no Popo quits. Yeah. Alright, let's see. Oh. Go. There we go. So, she crit on the beast with her ult. Now beasts are counting. Vicious is stacking higher. This can become a really good stacking buff. We went just from E11 to E12, but every time you do that, that's going to scale up quite well. But on top of that, she has contract negotiations. Whenever you use a bounty contract with Vin Ursa in the formation, Vin Ursa increases the effect of the deck specializations by 25% until the end of the current adventure, stacking multiplicatively, capping at 100 stacks. So, if you're in contract bloat, you know, you've played the game, opened a lot of... oh, right, I'm on like level 1, aren't I? Or area 1. Let's not... Oops, I don't want to go that far. Nar, 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 nar. Nar, nar, nar. Let's just go here. 69. Nice. Going to get crit 2.0, then Justin realized his design would make Catti-brie in a super spurt and canceled the whole thing. Let's get here. How you doing, Arcus? Well, we're an undead. We can try to get another one, too. Well, that didn't work. Come on. Come on. Oh, did that count or not? No. I couldn't tell. Nope. Oh, well. So, if you're in contract bloat, you know, opening, you know, mid to late game, you're going to have a lot of contracts to work with. And contracts nowadays will give event tokens for the current event or the next event. They're never wasted. That's much better. You can see, dropping 100, I'm all the way up at E22 already without stacking Vicious Vantage. So if you can stack a lot of favorite foes and have enough contracts to do contract negotiations, you can buff up the deck specialization a lot, while still getting the bonus of the favorite foe mechanic bonus and friends in whatever places you choose, but that's nothing. that's not very important. But overall, great buffing. If you can stack that up, I wanted to get at least one more. But we're left with a few months of champions all dependent on crit for reasons, without the mechanic supporting we were expecting. Man, I still swear there was something done to her, like, I don't know. I swear they did something to her ult. There it is. Okay, so she should be tracking undead now as well. So we're at 3 favored foes, and that boosted it from E22 to E24 for me. So that scales really good. Sometimes leave middle column unbuffable. True, in a 5 tier, this one will be unaffected because there's only 4 columns, so there's always a front and always a back. But in some formations, that means you cannot place your DPS in the middle, because she does not buff the middle. She will only buff the front 2 or back 2. What are you saying, Sinister? What am I missing there? I don't know what's going on. Are you just talking like here? Because I know her chance to crit is here, but I'm just saying I swear they did something to her ult. I don't know why I'm so dead set on that. Oh, I missed your last comment. There's a hotfix that have strong hearts, Vin Ursa, and Lazel's existing feats. No, I know that. I'm saying her ult. I swear they did something to her ultimate. Nothing to do with otherwise crit chance. Her ultimate. I'm probably misremembering, but I thought they did something specifically to her ultimate. I'm not talking about base crits. But again, I'm probably just wrong and misremembering. But for some reason that's in my brain, that they did something to Vin Ursa's ultimate. I don't know why, but regardless, let's see. Let's see if we can sneak one more in. I'm kind of just killing time because I do want to stack up rear deck a bit. We've got Fiends and Humanoids still. So let's go to, what is it, 41 would be a good place for Fiends. Get it. We'll linger for a bit. I do want to stack it up a bit. Crit feats nerf, no other changes TLDR for you? Yeah. For some reason, I thought there was something with her ultimate. I don't know why. I don't know why. Did she have the plus 20 ult crit before the feat nerfs? Maybe it was a positive change and I'm misconstruing it. Maybe because of the feat nerfs, they gave her a flat 20 buff on it. I'd have to watch. Well, I could pull up my old script. I save all my scripts for the videos. Let me look at that real quick. Because I probably detailed it in my script when I covered her, if it was a plus 20. Where are you? Vin Ursa. No, I did write dealing bud damage with a native 20% chance to crit. Maybe I even said it wrong there. Maybe it used to have a flat 20, then scaled, and now has a plus 20. I don't know. I'm probably just being really stupid. It's one of those days where I have a high probability of being stupid. So you think she always had that? Also, kind of annoying that she shares a seat with Minsc, who's the only way to spawn Faye that I know of. Either way, she has to be A+. Yeah, we'll see. That's true, Calcra, but you can still make that happen. Like, you could... It is clunkier, but we could go like... Your favorite seat. Welcome back, Pills. We are currently on Vin Ursa, and we might be for a little bit because we're having some fun, me being an idiot with her, but that's okay. But yeah, so you could do something like this. Go somewhere where your tank, or in this case Briv, just isn't gonna die. Get out Minsc. Get, what am I doing? I'm trying to reset his specialization. Set him to Faye. Make him spawn some Faye. Wait until it happens. There's some Faye. Now we can take him out. Put in Vin Ursa. And I believe she's already got undead, so she will specifically target the Faye. And you can use her ult. And I think I actually got the tag on that one. No, I didn't. Oh. But you can still make it work that way. Swap her while there's a spawn Faye, yeah. So fun and so good. And I love her design. She just looks cool. And being plasmoid. I'll always have that slight mark against myself in my own brain because I said plasmoid was exotic, which I would have sworn my left nut that plasmoids were exotic at the time, and they're not. They're shorties or whatever they ended up being. And that was, man, I very often make minor mistakes, but that one stuck with me. Short folk, plasmoid, yeah. Oh, she didn't have humanoid yet, so she got that word. Will it count Faye? If there isn't any Faye normally in the adventure, yes, Sinister. And that's why something like Dynahair spawning humanoids, Viconia spawning undead, and Minsc being able to spawn monstrosities or Faye is important. Because yes, You can. Rip left nut? Yeah. Good thing I didn't bet it. It does not need... Not get much more exotic, yeah. You did scale rear deck. You could show off the number and give us a ranking to fight about. Wanted to get Faye in there. Huh! Dang it. Become Dungeon Master. Give me another shot. Go. Ah. But yeah, so E25 by getting that humanoid tag. And yet Binwin doesn't have Plasmoid for his Talisman Faroon. That doesn't surprise me, because I don't think they've looked at Binwin in a minute, you know what I'm saying? Nixie, Turiel, Lae'zel, Dynahair, Viconia, Jim, Minsc, Imoen, and Vi all have... oh yeah, for the spawn... yeah, to be able to spawn stuff. So all of them do have ways to synergize with Vin Ursa by spawning. Because yeah, Imoen has unique aberrations. Jim's is monstrosities as well, right? For the Mimic. So yeah, Jim has monstrosity, Minsc has Fae, Viconia has undead, Dynahair has humanoid, Lae'zel also has aberrations. So what would you pick for a unique one for Imoen, since we also have aberrations there? So I guess Dragon would probably be the best one for Imoen to spawn dragons. Yeah. And Turiel being Fiend. Yeah, there's a lot of good options to force spawn things that can't otherwise spawn in an adventure to scale Vin Ursa up. So, I mean, if I sat here, got the Fiend, got a Monstrosity, got a Dragon, got a whatever else, it's not like you'll run out all of them, just use spec potions. Yeah, I mean, true. But we'd scale this up to like an E30, potentially. So we're talking pretty good. So, yeah, if you have the contracts, the time, and the spawning capability, she gets up to a very good buff. Now, you might think that's a lot of work, and it is, but she's still good if you can do a little bit of those. Not all of them, even. And that being said, we'll go over her availability and move this along now since we've been spending a lot of time on Vin Ursa. However, also keep in mind that she does just go good with a lot of DPS. She's evil, so she's good for Krond. She is evil with a positional, so she's good for Warduke. Can be used for Artemis, but you're probably going to use Jim in this seat, so eh. And yeah, can be used with Ashara. Vin Ursa is highly usable, but let's look at availability. Ooh, 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 ooh. So, being evil, she is available for Mert. Her constitution is not high enough for Vajra, and she has no ability score attribute feats. Strahd, however, she will be available for with her 13 int. Her low strength will keep her out of Zariel, and she came out 293 days ago, so will be available for Elminster for quite a while. And that low strength and charisma will keep her out of 2 day 1 trials restrictions. So kind of average, locked out of 2 patrons and 2 day 1s. Not great, not the worst. However, keep in mind, she will always be available for any form of Light of Xerxes, so that does help her availability a lot. Especially since Light of Xerxes is where a lot of difficult variants are. You'll probably use Jim for Warduke too. Yeah, probably. But if you're leaning into evil with Warduke, it is nice to have Vin Ursa. Your Vin has 600 item levels, max possible E41 damage. Stonks, yeah. Jim is restrictive though, and Vin beats cattle in most formations. Yep. You did say... It's whenever someone puts the IE, I always read it as cattle, because there is no E in her name, right? Yeah, it's just I. So when I see IE, my brain just reads it as cattle. Anyway, depending on your Artemis Val item levels, it's not 100% clear. E30 buff beats DPS support with E15 or whatever. Yeah. Well, and even, I mean, we're not even talking like E15 or whatever when Vin Ursa shares a seat with Jim, one of the best scaling DPS for Artemis right now. But yeah, previously, we had Vin Ursa ranked pretty high. Pretty high in the A+. Right next to Crux up there. The hippo between Crux and Blushi. Half the roster was A+. Yeah, not half. A lot. But let's look at the current tier list. That's not the right scene. Her numbers get potentially very good. It is a bit of work to get them there. Not the best availability, but not the worst, and will always be available for Xerxes. You think she still deserves A+, maybe high A-? That's where I'm going to. This song just stops randomly and it triggers me. A- sounds appropriate to you. Agreed. Also, range for Crux, that is a good point. Calcra being ranged in general is a kind of a positive because there are so few ranged, and being that good as a ranged is something to consider. Probably A- wasn't A+ for big scaling pre-stackers. E30 is mostly a really good buff they have to work for. I mean, it's kind of pre-stackers or people with big buffs that have multiple ways to scale them, like Karlach and Crux or Blushi. But yeah. And Vin Ursa can reach those numbers. Will she every run? Nah, not necessarily. Well, that's true, yeah. Vicious Vantage is technically pre-stack. Compare her numbers to this, to be honest, near Omen, yeah. B+ behind BBEG, I think she puts up too good of numbers to be in the B+. Again, you have to work for it. I could see her being just behind Omen or just above Spurt. That's kind of where my brain is going. Somewhere between there. And what's up, Lazy? I don't know if you... Did I say hi to you? I can't remember. I don't remember if you said something so far today. Spurt belongs in B+. Spurt might fall down a little as we keep going. His availability really is not good. It's a bit clunky. A- or B+. Again, I think she offers enough to stay out of B+, personally. I can see her A- though, for sure. No, if she's better than late game favor boosted Omen. But as one as your first event champions, her numbers were just too good right off the bat. I was looking for the first hour. Okay. What's up, Lazy? You're usually around, so I couldn't remember if I said hey to you or not. Spurt to A-. I'm kind of thinking maybe. Like, the more we're filling up, yeah. Thinking Spurt's probably going to take a little bit of a tumble as we go. Excuse me. Allergies in the air. Other champs are set and forget. She is work. She is work, but you can just put a familiar on her ultimate, and as you progress, you're going to tag a lot of favorite foes along the way. You put 300k item levels, so 50k for the old cooldown into him yesterday for funsies, and still just E150. It is an absurd investment. It is. What if we did this? What if we did this? What are people feeling about that? What if we did that? What if Spurt goes just behind Omen and Vin Ursa takes the bottom of A+? I don't see anyone hating that, so... I missed your third seed video. How is Omen these days? Omen is great. Omen puts up really good numbers as long as you can push a little bit. And he's amazing gold find. And positional. I mean, Omen is very good right now. And he can work for Warduke and Krond. Not Artemis, obviously, as he shares a seat, but... Well, he's terrible in Fortune's will, unless you're using his affiliation, but yeah. Passional's will? I don't actually know what you mean by that, Lazy Cat. Ooh, why am I feeling heat? It should be air conditioned, not heat. Ugh. I think the more we're filling up the A+, Spurt's just getting edged out a bit. Is all that is. Oh, positionals is what you mean. Okay. His affiliation is one of the better ones for Will. For positioning and setting up, it's not terrible, yeah. Especially if you happen to be an Artemis user who is using the Trinity of Evelyn. Well, I guess that doesn't matter for Omen, though. Yeah. I mean, that really does... Yeah, no, why did I say Artemis with Omen? I'm sorry, I'm tripping up today. A+ might be a little high for Vin, but she's super cool. I do think whoever makes it into A+ will probably be above her. She'll be that bottom bracket of A+. Maybe she'll dip into, like, the top of A- as we go on. We'll see. I think for now... Oh, cat hair in the nostril. I'm gonna sneeze again. Oh. I staved it off. I think that's good for now. She might dip a little lower, or just remain the very bottom of A+. I do think she has the capability of being very good. She can mesh with a lot of DPS formations. She has decent availability in Xerxes, a difficult campaign. I think she's good. I think she goog. Very goog. Should have switched first. Not there. Wow. I'm all over the place today. Woo! Nobody in A- gets to Vin numbers. But Vin does take the work, though, and a lot of people consider that a negative. But yeah. High buff, Priestack basically lets you buff every DPS in the game because of her specializations, but she needs other champions. I think that's a good placement. Yeah. Oos! Oh, man. Interesting. Catti-brie, whoopsie. Catti-brie was up next. I guess we'll go over her kit first. Omen and Spirit. Oh, yeah, I already read that. Okay. Catti-brie, the cattle, as I keep reading her name in chat because everyone adds an E at the end of Catty, and my brain just reads cattle. Oh. Part of the Companions of the Hall, the crit affiliation, and fittingly, she revolves a lot around critical strikes. You love the crit queen, yeah? Oh, Catty, so close to being extremely OP game-breaking. So yeah, she's not fully leveled up yet. We're just going to briefly go over her kit before the specializations. So Catti-brie deals additional damage to enemies the farther they are from the formation. From 0 to blah blah blah. So the further away they are, deals more damage to them. But she also marks them. Enemies hit by Catti-brie's arrows are marked and take additional damage equal to Catti-brie's critical hit damage bonus until the enemy is defeated. So her crit damage is important as well. When an enemy that is marked is critically hit, they are stunned. So critting a marked enemy will stun them. Wow. And the damage bonus of the mark is increased. It can only occur every 10 seconds though, and the bonus increase can stack multiplicatively up to 10 times. And then push forward. Increases the damage of herself and all champions in front of her in the formation each time she gets a critical hit, stacking multiplicatively up to 25 times. So she's very much tied to crit, chance, and crit damage. Missed it by that much. Justin thought about making crits, mult stacking, which would instantly break her. Talking about that just before you got here. Oh, okay, yeah. So yeah, her specializations. The first one increases her damage, as she is a DPS, by 400%, and her arrows hit all enemies on the way to their target. Each enemy hit has a separate chance of being a crit hit. So this is a good way to cleave her crits, stack up marks, etc., etc. Or increase the base effect of push forward, the positional in front of her buff, per stack, and Catti-brie only loses half of her existing stacks when changing areas instead of all of them, or additively increasing the critical hit chance of all companions by 20%. Remember, all of them mostly somehow tie to crit chance. So that's important if you're running a companions team. If you're using her for Artemis, increasing the positional isn't a bad idea. Or just scaling up crits. We're just gonna, well, I probably should have taken actually the crit chance for now. It doesn't matter. Whatever. I'm gonna do the crit chance. Where'd she go? How did I already lose her? There she is. We'll take the crit chance, because that does affect her crit chance as well. DPS spec, support spec, companion spec, yeah. But companion spec also increases her crit. Hello, what is up? Sealaub? So yeah, once we fully level her up, the mark is an E12 buff. Push forward, depending, will scale up. They did kind of make sure not to overtune push forward so she wasn't crazy broken for Artemis, because she naturally was always good with Artemis, being a positional DPS that can tag everyone in front of her with a positional. Yeah. But, oh yeah, she also does Mithril Hall stacks and scales with them. They will gain 1 stack naturally, and she increases the damage bonus of Mark for Death for each Mithril Hall stack. But something else that is important with her is her ultimate. Catti-brie shoots 6 arrows at once from her bow. Each enemy hit by her arrows have a higher chance of being crit, and take more crit damage based on her crit chance and damage. So you can make other people scale off her crit, which is an important mechanic behind her. The season before they gave you gave us super gem, yeah. So yeah, overall she's pretty good. Technically triple buffing, but mostly just double buffing because or wait, no, I'm misremembering that. Yeah, just increases the, yeah, never mind. But yeah, so push forward, we're at 25 stacks. That's hitting almost an E12, letting that stack up. Mark, every mark she has, which can be scaled a bit, but an E12. So overall, God, there's a cat hair in my nose. It's driving me crazy. Oh, man. Kind of a weird seat. Has Freely, Jim, Gazrick, and Jim all doing kind of the same thing until Jim got reworked. Kinda. And Egbert. Oh, did you mean with the gold? So yeah, there we go. That boosted up a little bit because of the proc. So yeah, E13, E14. Overall, she can get to decent numbers. She does have to stack up a bit. She won't always be at those numbers, but pretty good. But we'll go into her availability again with the added benefit of people scaling off her crit with her ultimate. And her availability is generally pretty good. Why can't I find her? There she is. She is good, so available for Mert. She has 14 con, so she will be available for Vajra. And looking through, she does have a few attribute feats, but she doesn't even need them for base availabilities. As for Strahd, she has a high intelligence and will be available. And she has high strength and enough charisma to qualify for Zariel. And because of her 88 TOT spread pretty evenly, she will be available for every day 1 trials without even requiring any of her attribute feats. So she is only locked out of everything Elminster because she came out 2,204 days ago, much past the Elminster restriction. So 4 out of 5 patrons and all the day 1s. Very good availability. So all things considered, she's pretty good. Great availability, a DPS. Are you going to use her as your DPS? Probably not. She overall tends to work better as a support, but as a support, she marks enemies for a decent buff. She gives a positional that's pretty decent, all things considered. They both stack up quite well. She makes people also scale off her crit and crit damage with her ultimate. Overall, pretty good. We did have her ranked pretty high before in the I think it was like the flat A, more or less. Yeah, like teetering on the A-, but more meant to represent like a flat A. As far as current tier list, Oh, I need to work out today. I've been slacking on my working out. And half the roster was A, so that puts her at Lexi. It doesn't help when all the reworks just kept making people better. Best ranged DPS? I don't know if I agree with that. Only because all of her kit works as a support as well. So she can give everything she does to someone else. That doesn't make for the best DPS when she can just give her whole kit to another one who can act as a DPS. B+ probably. E25 is totally respectable combined buff. You like her a lot. A- for you. I was thinking potentially the very end of A-. I mean, on top of her very respectable buff, with the crit sharing with her ultimate, and she does have some of the best availability in the game. Overall, really solid. I could see an argument for B+, but everyone I'm looking at B+, she outperforms in many ways. Again, speed is a different story, but what spec of hers works best with Artie? I mean, her metal spec isn't bad because it scales her positional, and he obviously wants the girthiest positional as possible. But having her crit more people with her first spec isn't a terrible thing either, because if she's just shooting as many things as possible, she's going to be taking up her stacks a little higher by marking more things, critting more things. So it's arguable. Do her numbers get up to an E25? Like, if we're talking you've invested in her and she's fully stacked, you're going to get roughly like low 20s to potentially 25s, yeah. She always crits anyway, her mid-spec. I mean, yeah, that's fair. Her numbers are just worse than everyone else in A-. I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, if we're talking like hard item level investment, then yeah. Wolfgar thinks she's fully stacked. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Yeah, but he did not. He's just the jealous boy, you know. When he isn't dead. You like the multi-hit spec on Artie to apply ult on everyone? That's the thing. She reaches those numbers while offering the crit scaling, while being available for like everything. I think that's pretty good. I could see her at the top of B+ or the bottom of A-. B+ is starting to get a little cluttered, and I do think she's better than Baloth. I like her in the bottom of A-. Can you explain again shortly? What does it mean? What does it mean? I mean classifications for F through S. Do you just mean like what every tier kind of represents? Or... I mean, basically, the harsh restrictions... yeah. In the simplest terms, yeah. F bad, S good. S is so far being kind of restricted for, so far, the best buffer in the game, support, the best speed, important champion, and the best DPS. That is S right now. A+ is people with like pre-stacks or hard scaling multipliers that can reach very high peaks. A- is more the still reaching really good numbers, not the best scaling, but really good numbers and good utility. B plus is kind of the above average, the good, not the best. And I mean, you can kind of tell from there it trickles down, you know. B minus are people who still put up good utility, good numbers. C plus is when you kind of start falling off. We're having harsh restrictions, or they're just don't fit into other formations. You get to the C minus, we're talking very niche champions who still have utility, but for specific reasons, and we just keep falling from there. There is no E. When you can get to D, you fail. Eventually, I'm probably going to get around to just removing E and making it F. It is funny to have Xander in his own tier, though. I think the best tank belongs in S. I believe Briv is the best tank, so yeah. That's the funny thing with Briv. Karlach is very good, though. No lie. But there's a reason she's the tippity top of A+. Is it more impressive to be the top of your tier or the bottom of your tier? You know? Would you rather see her in the bottom of a tier, or would you rather see her be the gatekeeper of one of the best tiers? But yeah, I like Catti-brie and A-. Can you be the best tank if you don't have a good buff too? I mean, that is fair, but Briv just offers so much else. His jumps are just too important to the game as a whole, and he has the best healing in the game as a tank. But yeah, I know where you're coming from. Anyway, yeah, I like that. It is unfortunate that two of the S ranks are in the same seat. Anyway, now I keep doing that. Well, we're opened back up. Is there anything anyone wants to dive into next? Black Viper. This is going to be an interesting one. Egbert S tier. Lucius, we'll get to Lucius. Gnome, we'll get to the Gnome as well. Briv needs some help in his supporting, I guess. Yeah, no, Briv isn't the best support as far as raw numbers go. But again, the best tank via being the best healer with the most important skipping mechanic in the game. He's just too important for the game as a whole. Tyrell maybe just because he has more item levels than my Briv. Tyrell doesn't offer the greatest numbers either. He can survive like a beast with his ultimate, though. A little bit. Egbert is best boy. Yeah, being good boy doesn't always make you S tier, though. But yeah, so Black Viper. We'll see. In the spirit of, like, there are some hard Black Viper stands out there. Hello there, Cassos? Is that your name? Cassos? How you doing? There are hard Black Viper stands, and a lot of them probably think I ranked her too low. She might see a slight increase because over time she has more options, but we'll go into her kit. She does have some restrictions as a DPS. Black Viper, DPS only champion. So you're only competing with other DPS at that point. From F to E, I didn't have her that low. She does have some decent scaling, but we'll get into that. Kaz House, like Dukes of Hazzard in your head? Okay. Kaz House. You don't use her so much? I mean, again, when it comes to a DPS, unless you invest in them, you're probably not, you know? A lot of people love her. They love her kit. We'll go into it. Jewel Thief. Something that, in my opinion, needs to be looked at, to be reworked a bit, but, you know, a 25% chance that a red gem will drop from a boss loot sack. Each red gem collected in the current adventure grants a 10% damage bonus, stacking multiplicatively. Each red gem collected across all adventures permanently unlocks additional bonuses. I have far exceeded the current cap of 6,500 collected, is the highest current bracket she gains from. But she will affect her other mechanics in different ways up to that point. We'll go over the rest of the mechanics first. The main one being Aura of Infamy. All positional formation abilities Black Viper receives from Warlocks, Rangers, Rogues, and Bards are buffed. In a way, this is like Artemis, just a lot more restrictive, and that he will observe any positional off DPS. She will buff positionals specifically just from those classes. So she's kind of restricted in needing those specific classes to scale up. So then that question comes down to how many Warlocks, Rangers, Rogues, and Bards have good positionals for her to buff up. We'll get back to that. She also has Distracted Foes. When other companions are attacked, she deals more damage on her next attack. Thank you for the follow. Givo Cresta, you'll have to let me know. Oh yeah, we'll go into that too, Sinux, a bit. You always forget what time these start. Yeah, 11:30 PST is what I gun for every time. The Rogue in her seat has an amazing position. Oh wait, yeah. However, as that's will only proc when your formation's under attack. She does have her ultimate. Oh, I need to select. Okay, we'll go into her specialization first. I didn't cover sneak attack, did I? Whoops. Does she even? Yeah. So Black Viper deals more damage the first time she attacks an enemy. And obviously you're thinking, well, that's restrictive because, that's one and done. But you can make sneak attack to be the first two attacks, and she attacks faster after she sneak attacks. Her ultimate will also allow her to sneak attack, so you can wait. Jevo Cresta? Jevo or Jevo? I'm bad. That's still so useless. But, or you increase the drop chance of her red gems and increase the current adventure damage bonus per gem. So you can choose, if you want her to scale off Jewel Thief, you want to slot her right away and collecting gems as you go. It's not going to be the craziest stacking buff though. But her ultimate creates a smoke screen, reducing damage done to the formation and causing all of her attacks to be sneak attacks for the duration. Kind of funny they don't say the duration there though. I think it's like 10 seconds. Gauging based on the fog. Maybe it's more like 20. Yeah, probably about 10. So she will benefit from sneak attack for that full duration. But again, sneak attack, we're only talking a 5v4 bonus at this stage. I don't have investment in her. She's like an average of 300 full epic. Jewel Thief, I haven't gathered any red gems with her. I forgot to do that in this run I did. Again, that's not going to scale crazy. But so they don't say the duration on a lot of vaults. It's really annoying. Yeah, it's weird. So, that's a good question, Sinister. I don't remember. I think that does count as fog, actually. But she shares a seat with Gazrick, who makes it snowy. So fog is usually covered by Kent. But I'll take a look when our ult's off cooldown. I think it does count as fog. You're good. I'm just Armenian. We have pretty strange names. I'm just bad at pronouncing things. I like to try to be as close as I can. So yeah, we got 15 seconds. So let's get... I think she counts as fog. Let's see. So weather control, we're at 0. Let's see. So... Oh, it doesn't. RIP. I thought it did. That's weird. Yeah, so no, she doesn't even count for fog, as far as that goes. But you can cover that with Kent. Boop. And now we're at 1 fog stack. But yeah, that's interesting. I thought it did for some reason. It should. I think it should, yeah. It has upper bound. Hell yeah. Oh.
Just to brag, finished the last patron variant yesterday.
Hey, congratulations, Adraxis, and thank you for the tip. I very much appreciate that, and you do not have to feel obligated to do so, though. But congrats. Last patron variant. So you've done everything then? Nice. That would make her too strong, can't have that. As far as, it has an absolute upper bound, which isn't great, and you're more likely to have a lot less than that. Except Unexpected Geist and Trickster Gods. That's fair. Yeah, those are good ones to keep available. Vancouver Company, they should know that smoke is pretty much a weather effect. Wait, where are you from, Caius? Was it you who's from Poland? Or was that, who was that? Yeah, this quest stinks is a good one to have at least one variation of for Briv. It is not you who's from Poland. Who was that? Shoot, I feel bad that I forgot now. Oh, I think that was Kratos. My bad. C names. Anyway, so yeah. With scaling up her red gems, she will grant Aura of Infamy to also buff Rangers and Warlocks. It's previously just the other two classes. 10 gems is really easy to get. 50 increases the max stacks of distracted foes, and increase damage per stack. 300 is the effect of her gear, excluding cooldown. And then all the rest are just ×2 damage bonuses. Nothing too crazy there other than the Aura of Infamy. That is by far the most important. Because again, we're scaling positionals with that, which is a good mechanic. But again, that makes it restrictive in that you need, specifically, Warlocks, Rangers, Rogues, and Bards with positionals. We'll take a look at who all that will include. They should let you redo variants if you want to. Don't see why they lock it. Just remove the gem rewards. I agree entirely. There are a lot, there's a lot of variants I would like to rerun and mess with. That, I don't see a reason to lock it, even if you get nothing, even like straight nothing from them. Some people just want the challenge or just to redo something. And I would like a challenge that is repeatable, that removes the benefit of legendary gear. Because there's a lot of testing I would like to do without the activation of my buffed legendaries, but I just can't. Anyway, let's pull up a list of everything that qualifies for Aura of Infamy. Let's see here. We've got classes of... Oh, wait. Ooh, can I not do multiple classes with Bite Glow? I guess we'll just go class by class. Can you do multiple classes? I don't think you can. Poop. Let's see if, will this scene work? Yeah, we'll do it. Is that... That has all the seats. Yeah, we'll do it like this, I guess. That looks kind of funky, though. Let's just go to this scene. There we go. So, starting with, or at least give you a way to know how much legendaries are affecting anyone. I mean, you can technically, like, do the math, but I'm not doing that much math. No way. But yeah, so looking at this, as far as Warlocks go, you're really looking at Belushi being a viable positional to buff. Nova is a viable one as well. Other than that, I mean, you do have Fen and Makos, who are offering positionals as Warlocks. But we're looking for hard scaling positionals that she can scale up big time. That's going to be Belushi and Nova. That's kind of who you're restricted to there. They have the math already. Just give it to us. And Bite Glow under formations? Under formations. You can do multiple classes? How would you do multiple classes? How would I add another class here? I don't think you can. Oh, you can see the... Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, okay. I'm very smart. So yeah, really, as far as Warlock goes, we're only looking at Belushi and Nova as far as good options for that. As far as Bard, I mean, Andreas is probably the breadwinner there. Birdsong is an excellent option as well, though. Certainty wouldn't be terrible. So, I mean, as far as that goes, you're looking at probably a choice between Andreas, Certainty, and Birdsong. For the Bard options. Rangers is definitely a bit rougher. Human, however you pronounce it, they count for it. Their buff just isn't good. We're looking for best Black Viper positionals to buff, so we need something that puts up some oomph. Dob would be... Did I just completely glance over Dob there? I did. Dob's a good option as well. You're right. Dob, Birdsong, and Andreas, and potentially Certainty would be the options there. Yeah, Dob is good, not amazing, true, but he can get decent numbers. He can. But yeah, as far as Rangers go, you're looking at she isn't ranged, so Solak doesn't count. And really, yeah, Desmond and Zorbu, and Desmond, you're going to rely on Deddies to make him good, and even then it's not a positional, and that means you have to use all the Deddies, which you're probably not going to be doing. So probably Zorbu, but yeah. This won't affect Human's speed mechanic, right? I don't know what you mean by that. You lift out nerds? Nerds is great for Artem. I mean, it's fair that nerds should count, honestly, in that she does buff positionals, so that's fair. That's fair. Nerds is an option for bards, rangers. No, it's not positional. What isn't positional? She won't buff, what, nerds? Nerds has 2 positionals. Oh, the speed. Oh. Yeah, no, that doesn't affect Human's speed. You'll only... If we're talking about the scaling, it's when Human has to be in the buffing ranges. I see. I did not put that together. When Veronica came out, she buffed Human's speed with her spec until they patched that out. Yeah, that's never going to be an intentional thing with Human's speed. But yeah, so... rogue, right? We didn't go rogue yet? That's what we're looking for? Yeah. There it is. Rogue definitely has some more options. We've got Astarion now, which is a good option. Imoen can be decent. Kent is decent, but Spurt is probably overall going to be the winner there. Krydle is a good option as a tank for sure. And of course nerds again. So, yeah. Is anyone else getting stream lag? Let me know if true, if it's not just you, because I'm seeing good numbers on my end. I don't know if it's a Twitch thing or something on your end. I don't see a problem on my end, though. So let me know. Our Krydle buff number is good. He's good, but he doesn't exceed. He's not great. But he is a great tank. So he's a good option in that regard. You don't have any leg here, no leg on you. Okay, yeah, so it's looking like it's either on Twitch's end or your end, Caius. So yeah, I mean, she does have options, right? But we just looked at all of them, so very restrictive. And like, let's just go ahead and slot out a few of what the good options were. If I can remember, I mean, we might as well just get nerds. Why not? We'll get the nerds. And let's at least get, wow, green, red, and orange on first roll. That does not happen for me. From England, and your latency will always be meh. Ooh. Fog stacks +5. That's another tangent I could go on right now, but I won't. Let's see. We'll go Andreas. Probably going to be that anyway. Man, I'm forgetting already who the people were. I guess Nova will be good. And she spreads Entreus, so that's always welcome for him. And will BV even be the top DPS in the BV optimized formation? She will. Hopefully. I guess we'll go Spurt. Boop, 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 boop. We'll just go there. I mean, Shandy could be used. Not the best, but... Birdsong, right. Birdsong. And spreads Entreus. So good. We'll do that to get it on Belushi. No. Depends on if you're using Artie, no. Even in Artemis, there isn't... It's just for the moment. Give it a fair chance. Okay, we'll put him here. But yeah, and we'll go over the... I don't believe in the whole... Personally, you can, but because Valentine buffs positionals, there is a group of people who use her with Artemis because Artemis will observe those buffed positionals on her at a higher rate because she's buffing them. That requires so much investment in both of them to really pop off at that point, because it rarely will her buffing a positional be better than just having another positional to observe. I don't recommend going the route of having Artemis observe off of Archon and Black Viper. It's clunky, it's kind of weird, and it takes a lot of investment. I don't recommend it, personally. But it is a possibility to do. Reading... Is Artemis professional? I'm trying to remember who, like, yeah, Belushi, Spurt, Entreus. There really wasn't anyone in Seed 5, was there? I mean, you'll probably eventually be using Valentine anyway. I don't want to in this case. Wasn't really anyone in Seed 8. I guess Astarion, yeah. And I guess we'll just go Shandy? I don't know. Certainty or... Oh yeah, Certainty would work good. Yeah. Forgot. I always forget she's a multi-class bard. Always. I always just think of her as a wizard. It's weird. Just the dumb brain. Probably charisma. Plus Jim with the E70 buff or whatever. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, very restrictive formation. This isn't necessarily all her best, but I mean, not a lot of options for her, you know? And I don't have her invested in, but she will now be boosting all of these positionals. Yeah. I mean, Soul Gatherer's not fair because Belushi isn't dead yet, but you think of her as an ASMR bard, that is funny, because I just look at her as a half-elf wizard. I'm the complete opposite of you. Although I probably should consider her ASMR more than half-elf, because I tend to go exotic with Ishara if I ever use her. I should keep that in mind for sure. But again, like, in the respect that she buffs positionals, she's not bad, right? That does scale eventually pretty good, but it's so restrictive in who you can buff with it. Is this her peak formation? No, but we took a lot of the better ones in this formation, and that means as soon as you get some of these knocked off in a restriction, she's hamstrung big time, because she just doesn't have a lot of options. But we'll go into her availability. Crap, I have like stuff all over the place now. Close that. And in my opinion, availability is far more important for a DPS. So keep that in mind as we go through her. Right off the gate, she's neutral, so not available for Mert. She does have the constitution to become available for Vajra. And looking at her attribute feats, she does have some attribute feats that will matter, but her feats are a huge part of just who she is that needs to be looked at. She needs more than just this. She has 2 all damage, 2 personal damage, and 2 attribute feats. That is the entirety of her feat list. She definitely needs some help in that department. That being said, she does have the int feat, so that will make her available just barely for Strahd. She will be available for Zariel with her strength and charisma, but she released 1,903 days ago, so will not be available for Elminster, and that is important as your DPS. However, with her decent TOT and spread, she is available for everyday 1 Trials Restriction, which is also important for a DPS. That is a positive mark for her. So overall, decent availability, only being locked out of Mert and Elminster, really, with all things considered. Yeah, so I did have her ranked rather low overall. I do think she's better than like the worst DPSers, just because she does scale positionals, and these days that has become important. There has come out a few really good buffers within those class restrictions, like Spurt, like Nova, like Antreus. Astarion can actually scale decently, Birdsong scales really well, so there are options. But yeah, it's still rough. We had her previously, let's see, I think she was flat C? C minus, but more representing like a flat C. Probably right beside Nerds then, since Nerds is also DPS that's viable at the right formation. Starting with Fed gets pretty meaty, he can. The problem is he also scales with Ceramorphosis big time, and a team like this isn't going to stack up Ceramorphosis. Your favorite champion you never use? Yeah, so looking at the list now, again, as a DPS, more so competing just with other DPS. If we're just looking at DPS champions, I do think she's better than, say... I think she's better than Prudence. Where is another just flat DPS? Dahani, that's a good one to consider. Her versus Dahani. Interesting. Dahani does currently have the benefit of being Elminster viable, but not for much longer, I think, right? You're not sure pure DPS should get a bump for being less useful than DPS supports? I'm not saying they're getting like a huge bump, but their hardest competition is going to be other DPS. Viper's ceiling is much higher, but Dahani is easy to use, yeah. Dahani is also up there mostly because of the gold. Yeah, Dahani is also a gold find, that is fair. Positional scaling and niche formation. I don't even know if she's gonna... I could see her being the very bottom of B-, just inching out of C, because all things considered, and that would be a boost to her, but the thing is, I might have slightly underranked her of the time, because there have been some changes that have made her better with who best scales with her, and at more introductions, but she is still very restrictive. She does have a higher ceiling in scaling positionals, but man, yeah, that's kind of... I am between the top of C+ or the bottom of B-. That's way too high. Insanely so. I don't think insanely so. I think it might be a little high, but a scaling positional DPS is a good thing, but she is very restrictive. All day 1, which is nice, but she is out of Mert and Elminster. My initial gut instinct when I was looking at the list was right behind Evandra. She holds a line between C+ and B- in your books. Getting butt in your formation? I mean, we'll take a look at that real quick. I can't imagine she wouldn't be. Yeah, she is. She's holding the butt of this formation. And that's with no gem stacks at all. But as restrictive as Veronica and less useful being only DPS. I don't think she's about as restrictive as Veronica. Because Veronica's restrictive on top of having massive RNG. The honey comp is the way to solve this question. Swap. Well, I mean, my Zorbu is almost not a fair comparison, but hey, Zorbu, attack. There you go. She's holding over Zorbu. Not by much. Now, granted, anyone else from Seat 7 in there and Zorbu's gonna spike over her, no doubt. But quick swap to Cattie and yeah, he's gonna pop off over her, but BV isn't restrictive. She works with all other good DPS supports. I don't know if I fully agree with that, because the entire way you scale her is with specific class positionals. That is restrictive. What do you mean, Caius? Like, you can technically use anyone, sure, but the entire way you're going to scale her damage is with those specific champion types. You can throw a good strong buff at her. It doesn't need to be that class. She'll still get the buff. I mean, that's true, but who isn't that true for? You can technically throw a buff on any DPS, but when we're talking about her kit, I mean, you can say the same about Dirge. He doesn't need Ceremorphosis. You can just buff him with anybody. Sure, but he scales very much with Ceremorphosis the same as she scales very much with Aura of Infamy. At any rate, what does everyone feel about the current position? Just behind Yvandra in the high C+, all things considered. I don't think I saw a very good, I didn't see a reaction one way or the other to that, unless I just missed it. My tongue is fat. I think she can hold the high C+, as a DPS that scales off positionals, though restrictive. Fat or fat? Maybe both. You're happy? Good placement? Okay. I know a lot of people were saying B- C+. I didn't see a direct reaction to my placement, though. Will she still be buffing the bigger buffs like Antris or Birdsong? What's the question there, Cynics? C- beside nerds in your opinion still? I think a DPS that specifies in the current state of the game buffing positionals is slightly better. But I get where you're coming from. And you know what, Caius? If you keep being contrarian to me, I'm gonna find you in real life, grab you by the cheeks, and just kiss you, okay? Like, even if the whole formation isn't just suited to her, use every single person in C+ below her more, but you might not value her objectively. And again, it is hard to rank DPS against DPS, because if you don't choose her as your DPS, clearly you're not going to be using her, you know? And would I recommend investing in her over other DPS options? Probably not. But based on just her kit, as a DPS in the game, I think she still has viability. She's not like an Ishii or a Binwin, you know? That'll be the most action you've had in all month. Yeah, I mean, again, Siddick's like, you can make a good formation for her, even not focusing on her Aura of Infamy, if that's what you kind of mean. But it will be ideal to focus on her Aura of Infamy, as that's how she scales. Just like Artemis, you can throw in someone who's not positional, but you want a positional. The thing is, most DPS don't scale with items past a certain level, like Dahani. BV is like Spurt. Yeah. B- says she can push more than Dahani, but it's odd seeing her higher numbers a tier lower. It's better than Ishin Bidwin, but like a little better than Ishin Bidwin. See, I disagree, Caius. Buffing positionals with an item that can just scale is a lot better than them, not just barely better than them. And Dahani holds a higher slot just because of her gold find is more useful to the game as a whole. Excuse me. I can see an argument for her in B- as well, but I think for now this is an okay spot for her, and we'll as always keep thinking about it and keep shuffling things around. But I definitely think she's multiple tiers above Binwin and Ishii. Number 3, scaling DPS in the game with enough levels? Potentially. At this stage of the game, I would probably put her at 4th. I would put Artemis... I mean, I would put her, like, almost even tied with Ashara, quite honestly. But, like, I see her not above Warduke, Krond, Dirge, or Artemis. So all 4... Yeah, so she'd be 5th in my mind. If she can even reach that high. Yeah, Artemis, Warduke, Dirge, and Krond, I believe. I think Krond's flat scaling is just better. But yeah, we'll think about it more. But I think that for now, that's not a bad placement. But we shall think about it. Oh, I think was it Lucius we had? Oh, DPS to DPS. Place her in a triangle with Zorbu and Birds. See, but that's not fair to her kit, Void. That's kind of the point, is, yeah, if she's not being affected by positionals, of course she's going to be worse, because she scales with positionals. That's not a fair testament to her kit, in my opinion. The item levels on Zorba, yeah, I mean, yeah. But, and that's the thing, is, you got to compare them in the context of their kit. And as far as the scaling, I mean, we're just talking about the scaling of Aura of Infamy. It's kind of the same concept as scaling Artemis. She just scales positionals. She have more pre-stack potential than Duke? I mean, no, that's why, in my opinion, I put Warduke and Krond above her, in my mind. And Dirge and Artemis. But yeah, anyway. To go from her to Lucius is kind of a... Oh, you're acting Seducts. Okay. See, I'm just stupid. It's okay. You mean, like, place them all next to one another? See, again, though, Void, her whole kit is based on an entire formation of positionals. And her absorbing as many positionals as she can, so she can pop off. So just putting her with a few things, that's not a fair testament to her kit. Whereas Zorbu doesn't scale. He just is there. Same with Birdsong. I mean, Birdsong does scale a little with more champions. But it definitely leans into their kits better in that scenario than her kit. Because she benefits from a formation of positionals, buffing all of them up. But yeah, we'll move on to Lucius, who's a... Someone recommended that. And yeah, Lucius is kind of a weird one after the rework, because you could at least use him as a suitor debuffer before, and you can't now. Part of the Heroes of Erebus. We've gone over them briefly with Sentry and Quillic. And yeah, that's it so far. And being a part of the Erebus team, he gains Erebus synergy. They all contribute stacks and scale off them differently. He rotates his main attack between Ray of Frost Acid Splash, and what's the other one? Fire something. It's not Fireball, is it? Which one is it? Rocket. Do it. It's just not going to show me, huh? Is it just instantly passing it? Why is it doing that? Whatever, man. Yeah, see, there it went. Oh, well, whatever. He gets arcane chromats based on which of the cyclings he does. Maybe I do need to just select his specialization first. Or I'm just being stupid. Oops. We'll just select anything and come back. Whatever. Whatever. Why is it showing Acid Splash when he's launching a fire? Am I just being stupid? Oh, whatever. Okay, Arcane Chromat Acid. I think they did change it, and I'm just tweaking my own brain. He's great in Arrows formation and gets buffed by the Awful Ones, but he doesn't benefit from any of their Awful One specs. Yeah, the Awful Ones is a strange group that he does benefit from their buffing, but yeah, he's not chaotic, which matters for some of them. He has too high of a TOT for some of them and other things. But yeah, so Arcane Chromat Acid. We'll just go straight through them. Enemies damaged by Acid Splash. Maybe it does just rotate between. I think it's the color that's throwing me off. Who cares? Gains 1 stack of acid. Each enemy can have up to 10 stacks of acid. Acid stacks last until the enemy is defeated. Enemies affected by acid take more damage per stack, stacking multiplicatively, from his subsequent acid attacks. Armored enemies that are affected by at least 1 stack lose twice as many armored hit points when Lucius damaged them with acid attacks. So he is a bit of an armor breaker and scales his own damage based on attacking enemies. But with his Arcane Chromat Cold, enemies damaged by his Ray of Frost are slowed and take more damage from Ray of Frost for each slow, stun, or root affecting them, stacking multiplicatively. That is somewhat more important because he is in an affiliation who tends to either stun or slow or root, entangle. So he otherwise naturally scales with his affiliation because of that. As Nova slows, Sentry stuns, and does that count as a stun and a root? I don't know. And then, Quillic scales off those as well. But it includes his slow as well. If an enemy is affected by Ray of Frost again before that expires, it is renewed. And then we'll go into his specializations from there. I feel like I should be seeing him right away. Why am I not finding him? Where you at, you magnificent bastard? Where are you? Huh? There you are. Wow. Wow. Okay. Palooza. Oh, too bad you weren't doing this list before Havelock got turbo nerfed. Yeah. I didn't go into Elemental Adept. Oh well. We'll go over his Explode mechanic in a second, but you can increase his Explode mechanic, increase the Arrowist synergy on Lucius's damage, which he scales off of, or when an enemy explodes and loses their Arcane Chromat Cold debuff. They gain a Lingering Chill debuff, which slows them by 25% and lasts for 20 seconds. If this debuff applies again before it expires, the cooldown is refreshed, stacks with Chromat Cold. So this gives him another multiplier on top of the cold. So you can either focus on the explosion, his flat damage, or the cold multiplicative dipping. A lot of times, this probably performs the best. This scales all of his damage if you want to go between cold and acid, and the explode is useful, and we'll go into that now. Elemental Adept. When an enemy is affected by both chromats, acid and cold, they are stunned and frozen in place after they explode, applying 1 stack of acid and dealing acid damage to themselves and all nearby enemies. This removes the cold debuff on the enemy. The explosion damage is equal to 10% of Lucius's normal attack damage times the total Arrowist synergy stacks. And his synergy is contributed every time Adept is triggered, so the explosion, Elemental Adept. Bosses contribute an additional 8 stacks. Maximum stacks of 200, plus the highest area completed. 50% of his contributed stacks are removed when changing areas, and Lucius's own damage is increased by 50% times the total number of Arrowist synergy stacks. So a lot of weird wonky scaling for him. He never gets like the best, but there's some interesting methods to scaling his damage. I feel like some of them have been nerfed. I don't remember exactly. It's been a hot minute since I've messed with Lucius personally. But there was some things with the dipping into his cold that could stack up quite well. Especially taking Lingering Chill. And taking a bunch of debuffers as far as slowing, stunning, and rooting. But overall, he's not the most amazing damage dealer. He does, however, have the added benefit of having the Arrowist core tied to his affiliation and scaling his own damage. So if you happen to use Lucius and the Arrowist and are using the Arrowist core, at that point it becomes his best core. I believe we went over this a little bit before, either talking about Sentry or Quillic, but using the entire affiliation makes the core more viable for him as his main core. Otherwise, you're probably just going to use the magic core. And he, again, we were going over that a little bit. He is I believe currently the only DPS other than Nixie who qualifies for all of the Awful One's buffs. And we'll just go over those. So Nixie, so she is Tiefling, total ability 78 or less, or Chaotic. He does not qualify for any of her specialization choices. So even though he qualifies for the buff, like was stated previously, female, fighter, barb, ranger, paladin, or ability score 78 or less. He doesn't qualify for any of Avandra's scalings. And previously, we have already done Antreus and BBEG. We'll go ahead and reset both of them just to take a look, if I can ever find them. So Antreus is Bard, ability score 78 or less, or Chaotic. He is not any of those. And for BBEG, we have Evil, 78 or less, Lawful. He is Lawful, so he will count for Rules Lawyering, but that's it. Right, he's Lawful neutral, right? Yeah, so that is the only one he will qualify for, is BBEG's specialization option. That being said, he is the only one of the Awful Ones who will count as Charisma 17 plus from Nixie, Int 12 or less from Evil Overlord from BBEG. Antreus doesn't matter as much, but he will spread Antreus's buff. And he is neutral for Evandra. So he can scale with them, whereas other DPS can't fit into that niche other than Nixie, I believe, to this day. I think. Can I fully do those restrictions? Let's see. I don't think there's been any difference to that. Let's try to find out though. So we need roll DPS, alignment neutral, a charisma of at least 17, and an intelligence. Oh, I can do both. An intelligence of 12 maximum. Did I do that right? Huh? Oh, that's why. There we go. Yeah, it is only Lucius and Nixie. Yeah. You wish Heroes of Eros were available for one patron. Feel like they could have a niche that way? Yeah, I could see that, Goldstog. Full Arrowist core with full team gives him an E58. Yeah, with the full team. So what is the magic at that point? Like a 54, right? Let's see. Magic Core is about a 53. Okay, yeah. And then a full 58 if you're using the entire affiliation. But then that become Magic is even, yeah. That does become the problem then, is if you're locked out of any in a variant where you can use Lucius but can't use them, that core becomes much less valuable because you just don't have everybody and you need them all to fully benefit. But we'll look at his availability real quick. Being neutral, he is not available for Mert, but he does have a couple attribute feats he can work with here. We have a Constitution and an Intelligence, and he will require the Constitution for Vajra and the Intelligence for Strahd, but with them he will qualify. Naturally qualifies with his Strength and Charisma for Zariel, released too long ago for Elminster, being at 1,259 days ago. However, his decent TOT with decent spread will allow him every Day 1 Trials. Day 1 Trials is good for a DPS, but will be locked out of Mert and Elminster. Very similar to, I believe it was Black Viper. He does have the slight added benefit of being magical. That can matter for some cases. And again, it's always, I don't mention this very often, and I should more for DPS, but his Intelligence feat will qualify him for the 13 int bracket for Modron scaling. That is important to note. Yeah. So, okay availability, locked out of Mert and Elminster. Not the worst, not the best. Doesn't have any crazy scaling. Because of his rework before, I had re-ranked him in the, I believe, like, kind of near Black Viper, right? In the lower C. He was literally right next to Black Viper. So let's see the current list. Lucius. You want to say F tier just because Erebus Core is unobtainable? I don't think it's unobtainable. Is it locked behind, I don't know where. I thought it was available through, what are they called? Wild offers. Yeah. So it's not unobtainable, but it is annoying to obtain. And costs money now. Sadly, you have to run. Something to do at 5. Enjoy the rest of the list. You'll watch the rest of the VOD and pick a fight on Thursday. Alright, Caius. Have a good day. I expect much pushback on Thursday. C- at best. Yeah, I don't foresee him moving much. I don't think he's an F tier. I mean, he will put better numbers than Ishii, Binwin, Minsc. But then we're looking in the C-, we have like Nixie, Nahara, and Prudence. Prudence being the most, or I guess Nahara is speed, so that does matter. But we're talking like competing with Prudence, probably better than Prudence. Probably only if Jim is S tier. See, I see Lucius outperforming Prudence, but I could see him being in the same tier as her. Does Jim get S tier? You were gonna put him at the very top of A+? Well, we'll see. So I don't know if you can see this on my right here. There's this little bump on this mug, or whatever you want to call it, thermos, I don't know. And it just like bumps into this little thing here. I don't even know why it's there. It doesn't help lock it in place or anything. I will just sit here and flick it like a nipple. It's very soft and it rotates around. And with my autism and fidget requirement, I just sit here and play with it. Anyway, what if this? What if that? How do people feel about that? Ahead of Nixie, behind Nerds. Get yourself a nice fidget toy, you deserve it. See, But I deny I have autism, even though I probably do. I just can't bring myself to get a Zoomer fidget toy. It's one of those things. Top of A+ sounds right. That's a huge buff. Availability restriction and full use kit. Locks about tippity top to me. Yeah, we'll see, Caius. I'm not going to give you anything because you have to go, and I want you to come back and be mad. That's an ADH thing, too. I can see him beating out Nixie for consistent DPS, as she can just turn herself into a plant for a time, but he doesn't beat her for buffs of any kind. Solid. See you on Thursday. See you then, Caius. I think having, that core really is designed for Lucius. Having his own core is kind of unique. And he can get some decent multipliers with the debuffing from cold, some decent mechanics with the armor shredding and exploding AoE. The Nerds has seen slightly more utility. Lucius feels okay there, especially for availability of whole Aerois being so bad. I don't think, well, altogether the Aerois isn't great, but yeah. Nova's a great buffer. Yeah, I don't see him ever fully taking off. He can't be above Nerds with how strong Will Nerds is. Yeah. It's a very recent thing, but yeah, that's a hard one to recommend to focus on as a Will Nerds team. Willy Wonka. I like that. Yeah, I think that's okay for Lucius. He's definitely not one to sit here and contemplate too hard on. You like Viconia's concept better, but the numbers are numbers. She does have more unique mechanics, it's true. But her numbers are bad. Versus Shin Vishin. Welcome. Argument to moving Ashara into B+. She should be your first DPS champion if playing optimally. If you are focusing on leveling speed champions, there is no reason to not use Ashara. As your first DPS, since she is evergreen, she'll be leveling up anyway while you level up your speed team. I don't necessarily disagree with you, but if we're talking speed team, and thanks for the follow, Vision. If we're talking a speed team, she does share a seat with an important speed champion if you're looking to push speed in Shandy. I could see her potentially making her way into the B+, not very high, but maybe. She's right on that range. She is a good starting DPS, and I think she's on par with the likes of Black Viper, in my opinion. So like in the 5th to 6th best potential DPS, and like you said, being core is good for a DPS who makes it that high. But then you definitely need to expand out and get people to fill her bonds as well. Yeah, I don't know. If she worked how she used to before they nerfed her, and that you only needed 3 of each, that would be a lot more freeing. But requiring 4 of each bond while maintaining potpourri is hard sometimes. Because even then, if you just need a fill DPS with a speed team, she might not be the best option. You started with Shiny Flute, Full Epic Artemis in Season 4, so you skipped. But you think if she starts now, you'd go straight for Dirge? Yeah. You disagree. Early on is exactly the time you don't have the Library of Champions to support her. Just grab Zorbo early seems like an easier ask. Way easier these days with all the glitch feats. That's true too, Bayushi, but also it sucks that Nayeli's glitch feat is broken and doesn't work with her in that regard. But yeah, that's the thing, right? Is who you grabbing early? Are you going to just grab a DPS early? Like, because if you were here for Dirge, you're probably using Dirge anyway. If you were here during Season 4, you would have grabbed Artemis like Cinex did. And again, you do need to fill out your roster a bit to make her bonds fully pop off. And if you're focusing on speed right away, you're probably not going to make that happen. It's an interesting conversation. Her scaling can get decent. Oh, Parada. I'll complain about everything. You think we managed to complain about the Naeli glitch feed every single stream since 3? Probably. Hey, it's a problem, man. I don't think we did in... Did we in Seed 4? I don't think we did in Seed 4. I don't know, though. If you're just starting with core, you're almost confident Delena puts out better numbers. Ashara without bonds is terrible. If you can at least get Potpourri 4 of 4, she's good still. But yeah. You're in the start of the mid-game, you suppose, and your Ashara is outperforming your Dirge. You've not leveled up any of them except Ashara levels up automatically. Yeah. With Dirge, how many Ceremorphosis users do you have? Because that is very important for him. Suppose that if in the beginning of the mid-game you already managed to fill her... Isn't that difficult? Yeah, it's not like the worst, but then if we're comparing with Dirge, Dirge will always be available, where Ashara's availability isn't the best. And so that's a huge benefit for other DPS over her as well. But yeah, Dirge very much depends on how many Ceremorphosis you can use and positioning him not next to non-DPS. But his availability is what's huge for Dirge, man. Yeah, and getting the urge scaled at least a little bit will help a lot too, yeah. I don't think Ashara is bad for being a core champion, but she's a bit restrictive, doesn't have the greatest availability. I think as a... We'll always think more about it too as we go. I mean, she's kind of like the middle of B is where I see her, being nearer to B+ than the bottom of B-. You couldn't farm your Dirge. Again, my argument is that she should be your first DPS. You've literally never used Ashara as a DPS. It really does depend on when you join. I mean, joining during Season 4, like you said you did, Cynics, that getting thrown Artemis with item levels right away will definitely push you into using Artemis for sure. Yeah, it all depends. We'll think about it more. We'll revisit this conversation at the end of stream. We'll push on for now. But I don't think she's in a bad spot, but I can see an argument for maybe barely inching into B+. But we'll see. Because as it is, we still have Jim, Egbert, Farideh, Freely, Gazrick. So we still got a few to push through here. Did we have anyone else on the table? I forget if we had any recommendations for who to go next. That's going to be too long ago to scroll up. Farideh, Egbert, S tier. Egbert not getting S tier, spoilers. But yeah, we can hop over to Farideh, just DP it. That is one problem with this seat I do have. It is cluttered with too many just DPS. Because we have, I mean, there are DPS buffers in Jim, Catti-brie, Minsc, and then we have just flat DPS in Lucius, Black Viper, and Farideh. It's a pretty cluttered slot for, or seat for. And Jimothy? Jimothy died. We still have Jim, but Jimothy is dead. So yeah, we can go Farideh, Egbert, Jim, even though Jim might be best saved for last, but we'll go Farideh first. So Farideh's pretty simple. Egbert S tier in our hearts. I can give you that. Farideh's a pretty simple overall. Not the greatest, not the worst. Enemies hit. Well, that's based on her. I guess it's just the range. But enemies that hit Farideh or champions within 2 slots distance of Farideh take damage equal to an increased amount of her DPS. That's never going to get crazy high. And the 2 slots is because of a specialization choice. It's normally adjacent. We'll go over her specialization. I'm struggling. We'll go over her specializations in a second. Then she has Pact Family. Increase the damage of Farideh by 100% for every tiefling in the formation. So generally you want to populate her formation with tieflings. A big benefit to her is Mehen in Seed 3. We went over him when we went over Seed 3. And that in his specialization picks, when Farideh or Havilar is not available, he will get a third specialization pick that can pull both of them in. So that is important to remember. It is currently still running for Elminster, but not for long. Let me take a look at that real quick. Because Havilar is not available for Elminster. Oh yeah, you only have 4 more days of Mehen in Elminster. So you can only make Farideh available for Elminster for 4 more days. Oof. So she will be completely locked out of Elminster via Mehen very soon. So let's fill up a group of tieflings. Excuse me. If Gem is best saved for last, then yeah, keep him as the last one covered. Hold up, Gem might be better numbers, but Egbert is best boy. Egbert is good boy. Tiefling, tiefling, tiefling. Da-da-da-da-da-da. 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 Close. Why am I struggling to remember all of them? We'll do Makos over Shaka because simplicity. Get Havilar, then Strix. And then I believe Miria had the tiefling feet. Doesn't matter. It was Miria, right? Yeah. Glitch tiefling feet, and then who am I missing? Who am I forgetting here? Who am I forgetting? I mean, you can do Prudence, but like, no. Was it? Who am I missing? I thought there was a full... coming in with the worst tiefling to use the buff of Farideh. At least she's a tiefling. Yeah, it's not worth using though. Was there not a full 10? Why did I think there was? No, I guess there's not. Yeah, only if you use Prudence. Well, yeah, it's only 9 right now. Like, technically, we could be putting in Prudence, but you're never going to be using Prudence and Farideh together unless you have literally no other option, because they're both only DPS. Prudence isn't, yeah, but again, with neither of them offering a buff to either of them, it's very not recommended to do this. We're just doing it for the sake of getting the 10 out of 10. Mehen has a tiefling feat, and so does Miria, but Kent and Karlak are both C4. Yeah, I have the tiefling feat on Mehen, and the glitch tiefling on Miria, so they both count. So normally you can get to a 9 stack and then fill the 10th. We are adding Prudence, who I do not recommend doing, as she is also just a DPS, but just for this we're gonna do it. And here's the problem, right? Pact Family increased the damage of Farideh for each tiefling in the formation, stacked up to 10. That's only an E10 buff. I only have her at like a average of about 400, 350-ish if all things considered. But that's just not, that really feels like it should be turned into a pre-stack, but it's not. Like that should be her Krond, right? Her survival of the fittest. That should be her pre-stack buff, but it's not. So she's never gonna scale crazy hard. The Difficulty Cult variant in Icewind Dale requires all tieflings, so be sure to clear for Elminster before Mehen is out. Yeah, that's not a bad call. Again, you'll still, if you have a full roster, you'll still have the options of like, you know, DM pulling in someone and Gale and Dirge, but yeah. So yeah, that's like her whole kit right there. Her specializations. Found her sister, but where is she? There she is. Very simple. Going between flat increasing her damage by 100% or increasing Hellish Rebuke to 2 slots. So, very simple choice. Normally, you'd probably just take her damage buff anyway. But since I'm 2 slots away from Havilar, we're just going to do that. So yeah. You think she should get an easier buff and make that pre-stack on top of Tieflings? Maybe. I think she'd be fine with Pact, because an odd thing with Tieflings is usually all of them have really good availability. Most of them. But yeah, I don't mind the theme of being a Tiefling group. She definitely deserves it to be pre-stack, though, as a DPS. You hated trying to get her achievement with Hellish Rebuke, so you think it should be knocked down a tier just for that. Just for PTSD. But yeah, her scaling never gets crazy. But it is like a flat buff, which is nice, like compared to Prudence, who she kind of roller coasters her damage. You do just know what you're getting out of Farideh. And she does have the option of... She does have the option of scaling with Tieflings in the group, which is a higher scaling legendary, but at the end of the day, it's an additive thing, so yes, that is a good legendary to stack with her formation naturally, but it's nothing like crazy. But we'll look at her availability. Her attack is good for armored enemies and bosses if the help is needed. That's true. She does have a multi-hitting, 5 Rays of Fire. So a multi-hitting attack is good for armor chunking. She is in a seat with Gazrick, who is an armor shredder, and Lucius, who's an armor shredder as well. But that's not a bad thing to have, for sure. But we'll look at her availability, which, like I said, most Tieflings have pretty good availability. But we'll take a look. So being good, she is available for Mert. Her constitution is naturally 14, so she is available for Vajra, and as far as other attributes go, she does have the wisdom, which was mostly used for scaling with Narak as far as her abilities went. But she also has a potential butt attack, immolation, which can be useful. But yeah, and reducing her base attack. She has some options as far as her feats go, at least. But back to her availability. For Strahd, she does have the intelligence for Strahd, and she naturally has the strength and charisma for Zariel. And with Mihen, again, she will be available for Elminster, but that's only for 4 more days. So get on it if you're using her. And with her high TOT spread quite evenly, she is available for all day ones. So currently available for everything with Mehen for Elminster, but that only lasts 4 more days. So very soon she will be available for everything except Elminster. So good availability. Very good. If you had a nickel for each time they slotted a tiefling into the same slot as another tiefling, you'd have 2 nickels. It's not a lot, but it's weird it's happened twice. I know that's a quote from something. I forget what that's a quote from. Obviously not the tiefling part, but yeah, it is kind of weird that seat 9 we got Makos and Shaka, and seat 4 we've got Karlak and Kent. It is weird that they did that. It's unfortunate for her in particular, I guess is all. Oh, I have it all weird. There we go. You're so glad you managed to get Mehen full purple with Elminster chests already. So yeah, she's not like the worst, but she's definitely, she's got a very easy to reach ceiling that doesn't scale that well. Good availability. With Mehen, even better availability, as Mehen has good availability for other stuff she doesn't qualify for, namely strength-based things, as his strength is very high, and hers is not. So like, what is it, Might Makes Right or whatever that variant is, he can pull her in for that. Yeah, not the greatest though. Before we had Farideh in the B-, as a lot of people tend to stan her. A lot of people like Farideh. They do. Yeah, there she is, B-, but I also edged her up at the recommendation actually of Emote, who mains Prudence, at least at the time, and said, no, she deserves to be better than Prudence. Because I had them both pretty close to each other before. But by today's standards, let's take a look at the current tier list, or the new tier list rather. with the concept of being better than Prudence, maybe that just edges her. So yeah, now we're kind of saying, let's just for now put her at the end of C+ and take a look here. Because I believe Black Viper has better scaling. And while her formation is restrictive, so is Farideh's. She wants tieflings, but even then, she doesn't scale that crazy. So she probably should be between Black Viper and Prudence, in some way, shape, or form. But then we also have to consider Lucius as well. And nerds for that matter. Farideh feels Lucius-y, C-. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking looking at it again. I do think the nerds, even by today's standards, are even better than Farideh, which is just crazy to say. So sad to see it though, yeah. BV gets Birdsong and Antreus. Nobody in Farideh's team is anywhere close. Yeah. We could put her next to Daddy. I could see that. You use her a lot, just not for pushing. C-ish is good. Yeah, I do think she's better than Prudence. All things considered. Very nice in maps that has AoE Dragons, Armored Shred galore, yeah. Nahara higher, that seems a little harsh, but Nahara has the added benefit of potentially being a permanent speed champion on top of that. So she has use beyond her DPS. And even then, Nahara is probably pretty equal as far as damage scaling goes. Because Farideh has Pact Family and Rebuke, and that's it. I mean... I don't hate that. I don't hate that. Also, Nahara brings in BD for Strahd. Yeah. Nahara definitely has more utility than Farideh. Though Mehen brings in Farideh in places she can't go. I do like her next to Mehen for that. Way to stab a knife deeper. Hey man. Words don't hurt. They just are. Black Viper worse for Ashara. Ashara climbs a little bit more because she's also a support. She can support other DPS on top of just being a DPS, while being a core champion. Nahara needs all BDS for good damage and amazing Veronica roll, as well as being added strongest for another buff in her damage. The problem with Nahara is her damage is garbage. I mean, it's just fact. In a BDS team, even if you pull them in with the Strahd benefit, Fenn's probably going to out DPS her. Like, even with Strongheart though, because we even did that on stream where Strongheart, I believe Strongheart was in, and Nahara was receiving all of the buffs for Valentine to Socialite, and Fenn was only receiving like half of them, if that, and Fenn was still out DPSing Nahara. You consider Nahara more utility than DPS, but that's the problem. She is a DPS, and like, but no, I know what you're saying though. Yeah, she definitely needs a bit of a DPS boost, being the dedicated damage dealer of her affiliation. Even after we reset the Bud spec. Oh, right, on Fenn, yeah, because we had the Bud spec with her respecter to her damage one, and both times after time spent, Fenn was top. Like, Nahara is just a bad damage dealer, but she does have the utility. And I think that edges out over Farideh, where Farideh doesn't really offer utility at all, and doesn't have good scaling. Good availability. Will be edged out when Mehen is no longer available for Elminster, though. I think that's a good spot for Farideh. I do. I do. I think that's good. Yeah, I like that. I'm more confident about that than I was about Xerophon. All right. Oh, that leaves us with Gazrick, Egbert, Freely, and Jim. Everybody loves Egbert, so of course we need to save him for later. Maybe we do the gnome. That's who someone actually recommended Gazrick earlier, and I forgot. We'll do the gnome. Freely, we'll do Freely right after Gazrick. Gazrick shouldn't take too long. So Gazrick, part of the Rivals of Waterdeep, who should have gotten a bit of a rework during their season and didn't. I protest. So, Gazrick will increase the damage of all champions in a snowflake-like shape. This is actually a decent formation to show that off. We'll get Kent out for this. I thought I had Kent leveled. Gazrick makes you sad. So, by snowflake shape, that means above, below, and diagonally. That does not mean across, however. So across will not count, just up, down, and diagonal. So, if you have him up here, he will do the whole up and down, so Kent will receive it all the way down there, or diagonal, so he'll also reach the front. Kind of a weird positional, but it's kind of interesting. Should have gotten that rework slot rather than Kent to Virgil. Agreed. Agreed wholeheartedly. So, the distance does matter, because that bonus is increased for each slot. Further away, 5 slots away being the best at E6. And again, he's not fully leveled up, so he gets a bit better than that. But he's not the greatest buffer either. So, there's that. But then he also has Traveling Merchant. Traveling with his little portable stall there, he will directly increase the gold find of your formation for each Rivals of Waterdeep member in the formation, including himself. So there will always at least be a base buff. And then his third mechanic. We're going over his mechanics first before specializations, because each specialization is tied to one of his mechanics. Gazrick's cold attacks, being his ultimate and his primary attack, lowers an enemy's armor threshold by 15% for 30 seconds. Only applies to armored enemies, so not hit-based. Stacks up to 30 times, but each stack tracks its own duration. So he helps you shred armor. The entire team, not just him. So his specializations will either boost Traveling Merchant, his gold find, increase the duration of armor ablation so you can stack it up more for armor shredding, or Control Weather. I'm stupid, it's tied to his ultimate, not his other ability. Control Weather, or not ultimate, but yeah, does that just not show up here? It doesn't. Okay, I thought it did. He does have another smaller ability, Control Weather. Gazrick causes enemies to take an additional amount of damage in areas where it's snowing. That is a very low buff, and he can make it snow with his ultimate, so it's kind of tied to his ultimate, where he summons a sleet storm above the nearest enemy, dealing damage and freezing the ground in a large AoE. The frozen ground lasts for 30 seconds, slowing enemies, and while they travel through it, and if it's not already snowing, the area starts to snow. So we will make it snow, and that will remain for as long as you're in this area. So, anywhere it's snowing will have damage increased by a very small amount. Did they even change Kent? No, they did not change Kent or Virgil, and they both got a slot in that season, and Gazrick being a part of that affiliation wasn't even considered. I think they were we went over this in past, I think I even went over it in videos, but yeah, I think they were mostly just rushed for that season, and I think that's what happened, unfortunately. But he definitely needed a bit of a look, because he's not the greatest. So for example, with Kent being 4 slots away, he's going to be receiving E10. We're talking dead average buffs, even at 5 slots away. Dipping into just bad. Like, I mean, even on his highest average is still the lower end of average. He's not amazing. Now, he's a double buffer, but we're talking a 7,000 increase, not even an E4, on top of an E11. he's not going to be the greatest buffer, ever. Unfortunately. No good multipliers either. However, he can scale up to be a decent gold find, though he's in a somewhat competitive seat for gold find. He's still viable for it. His armor shredding can help. Oh, now Control Weather's up there. Wasn't there before, or I'm just blind. So yeah, not the greatest as far as numbers go, but mostly if you use Virgil at all, you're going to be using Gazrick to stack up Virgil, and that's when it's actively snowing, yeah. I mean, he helps with these snowing stacks for Virgil, but yeah. Let's look at his availability though. So, he is good, so he is available for Mert, and his con is 13. However, he does have a Constitution feat, so he can become available for Vajra. Naturally has higher int, though I'm boosting his strength right now, but we'll get to that. He naturally has the int to qualify for Strahd. Does, with his feat, qualify for Zariel. This is another case of Bite Glow being wrong. It seems to be with the strength bonus for Zariel is where Bite Glow is wrong with feats. Maybe it's the 2 strength feats it doesn't detect as well. At any rate, if you use his strength feat, he will become available for Zariel, even though Bite Glow says he doesn't, because he does get the 10 strength and the 14 charisma, which qualifies for Zariel. And he is currently available for Elminster, being released 769 days ago. So he still has a little bit of time there. As far as day 1 trials restrictions go, as long as you're using the strength, he will be available for everything except dexterity. But that does require a feat for the strength. So he's available right now with feats for everything except day 1 dexterity. So good availability considering his feats. Yeah. You only use him for gold? Yeah, honestly, these days, he's probably gold or Virgil stacks is going to be his niche. Or armor shredding. He is useful for armor shredding to a degree. But then you need to get his feet? Yeah. As far as where we previously had him, mostly because of his gold find at the time, he ranked a little higher, so he's definitely going to take a dip. Yeah, on the higher end of B-. You use him as pseudo speed to fill out slots. He does work as pseudo speed if you're relying on Virgil's speed, yeah. Gold armor shredding and rival stacks, yeah. And weather changing. I mean, he has utility. He's just kind of not the best at anything anymore. Because even at the time, Egbert hadn't released yet. So he was like a big competition for freely in his seat for gold find. And he was actually one of the turning points for potentially making freely not the best gold find when he was coming out. But these days that doesn't matter as much because there's more options. And he is unaffected by Narak, because he used to be Narakable with the wisdom, and he technically still is for Frosty Friendship, but Narak won't boost Traveling Merchant anymore. So that's a negative for his gold find. But that's why we're doing this. Things change. I foresee him taking a hit. He still has uses. Let's take a peeky-doo at the tier list. Previously B-, I foresee him taking a hit. He does have utility with his affiliation, in that he changes weather stacks for Virgil, counts as rivals for Virgil and potentially Dahani, and potentially Kent as well, because I believe Kent's specialization scales with rivals. But as far as his raw buffing numbers, they're just bad. Not even mediocre, they're bad. But he does have decent gold find, and he does offer armor shredding. So he has utility, but he has low numbers. With numbers as low as his, I don't see him remaining in the B- at all. I can see his utility keeping him in a C+, potentially, maybe dipping into C-. Lower C-, you think, P-Dog? Potentially. You think D, honestly? I think he offers enough to stay out of D. He has enough miscellaneous utility. Because even in the C-, we're talking not great numbers most of the time. And that's when it relies on then what else do they offer, right? And I think he offers enough. He can be gold find, he can be armor shredding, and he can scale his affiliation in multiple ways. Has to be below Talon, probably below Talon. I was thinking the end of C+, maybe ahead of Alindra, maybe. But that's what I'm kind of struggling with. You like him more than Deacon? Deacon, yeah, just because of Whittle, Deacon has taken such a hit. I can see anywhere from the very low C+ to low C-. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm struggling to, Void. I'm trying to gauge where that would be with what we're looking at. Gatekeeper of C-. If I'm being honest, Nerds has so many people locked up right now, bricked up. I was thinking of moving Nerds to the Gatekeeper, the top of C-. And I don't know if I did that, if I'd want to make Gazrick ahead of Nerds. Alindra does have some utility as well. I could see Gazrick being like right here. Interchangeable with Deacon to a degree. What do we think about that? Making Nerds the Gatekeeper and putting Gazrick right behind Nerds. Like that. I just think the seat is so competitive I wouldn't even use him in his own affiliation. See, I would up to your wall, right? Because he's giving Virgil his speed mechanic. And in Elminster you might be doing that right now. We just lost Shaka, funnily enough, but still usable there. Will stack up Virgil's weather counts, which is important if you are using the rivals. Just below Deacon. Deacon, not Seeking. Deacon can help when you don't have Whittle item levels. Yeah. You don't even really need Whittle item levels for her spawn speed, though. But if you just don't have Whittle. I could see him being... Yeah, I'm pretty interchangeable as far as him and Deacon. So I could see him being just below Deacon. But yeah, there are some uses for Gazrick. Some. You could use him for armor shredding, use him with the rivals for speed and stacking up weather stacks. If you're using him for a gold find team, that's possible. There are uses for him. Is he going to be a mainstay? Probably not. So I think higher C- is good for him. I can be comfortable with that. Whittle with feats is enough, yeah, fair point. I like that though. I ain't mad at it. I ain't mad at it. Now we're snowing though. Let's not be snowing. Wonder if I'm gonna remove some. I don't remember. That's one you might have to ask like the speed team Discord for. I forget. And it does depend on how many people she's adjacent to with her specialization, right? Yeah, I don't remember where that cap is at all. Now it feels like Bruner is high to you. Maybe I underestimate him. He is really good with the companions. I don't. Were you here for seat 1, Chibi? 1,000 is the highest before breaking the game. Is it 1,000? I can't remember. Yeah, she can get to 1,000 so easy. Part of it, if you missed Bruner, if I used him with my companions team, he was buffing E20. And even when I removed Drist and used like someone else as a DPS, he was still in the high like E18 or E19, I forget, based on mithril stacks. Now, does that lock you into that affiliation? Yes, but a lot of them are good buffers, being Wolfgar, Catti-brie, Puent, Regis, and Bruner. They're not terrible, and via Wolfgar he can pull in the whole companions into Icewind Dale. They're pretty solid for that. Is he the greatest? No, but numbers like that on a core champion with an affiliation that might see use in a specific campaign, I think he's not bad. Oh, man. Let's see. Jim, Bob, Egbert, and Freely. Yeah, Freely, right. He was next up. That's right. Duh, Freely. Another one that's probably gonna take a hit. And I think most of you foresaw that, if you've been keeping up. But he does have a lot of uniqueness to him. So first of all, everything is tied around his debuff. Luck of Yandala. Grants the Luck of Yandala to this champion. Each champion that attacks with the Luck of Yandala applies a random lucky break to enemies they hit for 15 seconds. You will apply Luck of Yandala via his specializations, choosing between alignments, either chaotic, neutral, or lawful. So that entirely depends on your formation, who's attacking quick, who can debuff the most, but no matter what, Freely will always benefit from it. These debuffs can range from the target taking more damage per application, stacking multiplicatively, that's important. Fruit, requisition, the target drops more gold. This you can still use freely in a gold farm for Azaka, or in general. If you're not doing Azaka though, freely is not your best gold find. That's just a fact. If you're actively killing things, freely sucks for gold find, because you need to apply as many debuffs as possible. So if you're running Azaka, freely is still viable. If you're not, he's not. You saw someone say they could get his debuff to about an E50, but I've never gotten anywhere near that. We'll talk about how you can scale that up for sure. You have a confession, you only use him for Adventurous Tale because Luck of Yandala is confusing to you and you've never bothered to understand it. Well, we'll break it down here. But yeah, even if you just use him for Adventurous Tale, he at least has that niche use, right? But, so, follow through. Any champion who attacks the target will have their next base attack cooldown reduced per application. That helps everybody who is debuffing maintain their attacks. Or shield. The target has a chance, additively stacking, of being stunned when they are attacked, so you can lock down a target with multiple debuffers. So, you think freely has his +5 overwhelm to tanks that are actively being attacked still. Not sure if that's even considered positional though. It is technically a positional, yes. But you know, it's not gonna like scale in the unique way some scale can, but if you need just something to count as a positional, it does. I believe. But unlucky for them. Increase the effect of Freely's Luck of the Yandala Opportunity Lucky Break by post-stack value scaling thing, but even though you're applying this to the post-stack to unlucky for them, in a way that's technically pre-stack, because everyone who's applying that debuff, that then stacks multiplicatively, right? So if you have a full 10 group who can apply his debuff, that E8 is multiplicatively stacking up to potentially 10 times. Are they always getting that damage debuff? No, but everything rolling, if you got some decent attack speed going and everyone's debuffing, you can potentially get a multiplier on that E8 up to 10. Pretty good. Being Bard, high dex is trying to keep us from side questing him. Wait, hold on. I like side quests. What am I stopping a side quest on? Arcan technically get really high overwhelm. Oh, I see. You're saying it is scaled up based on it being a positional. Oh, we could test that real quick. So we'll go down to that. Cutting words. Increase the overwhelm point by 5 of tanking champions that are under attack and within 3 slots. So I need to get them under attack. Overwhelm at the end of the day is kind of whatever. If you're to the point where you're super stacking up overwhelm, you're going to die soon anyway. Or you just have Brev who's going to live forever. There are, I mean, it would matter for Freely, or not Freely, Kreidel, or someone who has a unique interaction with Overwhelm. You just kept going back to explaining, you were just joking. With Freely, if he's next to a tank, Arcan needs to be 4 slots away, yeah. Overwhelm is overrated. I agree, Lediath. I know who you are. I don't know how to pronounce your name yet still. I apologize for that. Is it Lediath or Lediath? It's one of those things where I've only seen your name. I've never heard it pronounced. And I'm bad with that, which is why I often make fun of pronunciations in my videos. That really makes some people mad, but I think it's funny. And what's funny is most people who get mad at me for mispronouncing something then pronounce my name wrong, so. However you want to say it, you're not picky. I'm the same way. Most people call me Tyredack, and I'm like, it's Tyredack, but it's okay. So, the old tire rack. So, I guess he needs to be under attack though, right? Oh. I'm just curious at this point. So I'll need to put someone adjacent to him though. So what is his overwhelm right now? 30. Oh, we're killing still? Bruh. Oh. Egbert, yeah. Can be useful for Briv stacking, yeah. But if Briv's healing through it again, he's not really going to need the more overwhelm. At the end of the day. Has to be a tank specifically, James. Fair. Oops. That was a weird break in the song. Alright, so will they still survive this? Yeah, okay. So that's not changing there. Oh, wait. Oh, I can't even do it in this formation, can I? Because he will always be within 3. So yeah, I can't even test it here. I'm an idiot. Whatever. Gotta be DPS. No, it doesn't matter anyway. He will always be within 3 slots of freely in this formation, so I can't even test it here. But yeah, Borduk would have been the play there to do it. It doesn't have to be DPS for Arkan though. Arkan just usurps around him. But yeah, no, I can't not be 3 slots, so that doesn't matter here anyway. Whatever. At the end of the day, like Lediath said, overwhelm's a bit overrated. Can it help? A little bit, but at the end of the day, whatever. We saw Arkan go over 100. What? Yeah, I don't even know what I'd be at this point. Where is bulk? Do I have to look here? Usurped would be... Yeah, I'm not doing that math right now. But yeah, I mean, if it does, yeah. Again, though, that's not that helpful, in my opinion. Twitch would ban you if you say what most call you. Like, are you saying with your name Sinister Beer? Oh, I could probably discern what you're saying there. It's meaningless since there's an enemy cap? Yeah. But I mean, they then scale based on, if you're at 100 enemies, then they scale in rage stacks, which brings it further. Can it really be overrated if no one takes it serious? So yeah, anyway, as far as the debuff goes, again, its base scaling with unlucky for them is not it says applying to the post stack. So we're just looking at that number. But again, in a way that's pre-stack because each person can apply it and it stacks multiplicatively, right? So in the broadest application, let's just get a group of, what do I have them set for? Chaos. So chaotic champions. Let's just throw out a bunch of chaotic champions. Let's go old school debuff. Oh wait, Grama's not chaotic, so we'll go not fully. I'm trying to remember now what I used to use back in the day for my debuff team. Kron DPS. If there's 100 enemies, your computer is probably in jeopardy. Zorbu. For a debuff team, I'm going hard debuff now. Penelope was the peak way to go. Warden used to be for the... It is unfortunate that Hex is no longer sticky. It's unfortunate. Orkira Kroll. Yeah, Kroll isn't chaotic, so I am trying to stay within chaotic, but Orkira is a good call. But Kroll was the god. mean, I guess at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because we're just explaining it. I can't really showcase his debuff. I mean, I can a little bit, I guess. Did it? Now I don't remember. Hold on. Is there a visual for Unlucky for Them? Was there? Baloth, yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. I need to see now. I forget if there was a visual for it or not. I don't recall. Just doesn't show the tracks? Okay. Yeah, so let's... It's a cornucopia, which is... Okay, so Opportunity is the cornucopia. Okay, so yeah. Yeah, so that little cornucopia on top represents that they're currently being debuffed by it. Let's, yeah, so that right there, but it doesn't show you how many times it's stacked up. Okay, that's unfortunate. But you can see how frequently it is being applied just with Briv and freely. And so if you have a full roster, all debuffing with that, we're talking a 10 multiplicative stack on an E8. That is not terrible. So at the end of the day, still good. I mean, I could just do the math real quick, I guess. Well, Calcro, that's an E68. Is it? That sounds a little high. Might be right, though. Well, technically, wouldn't it get to E70, though? Either way, yeah, it's either E68 or E70. So, yeah. Still, that's huge, right? Like, that is pretty good, but that is considering every single person in your formation is qualifying, right? Which is probably not going to be the case, and they're probably not all going to be debuffing Cornucopia on the same target at the same time. But that is the peak, and that is a very high peak, especially for debuffing when he does count for click damage, or click debuff. Or, yeah, click damage on click debuff. But how often are you going to have full chaotic team, full neutral team, full lawful team? Probably not very often. So for freely, all you need to do is get the specialization as high as possible. Ideally, yeah. So that's why, like, for example, I was filling it up with, we'll go with what would be considered a good click a good click debuff team by today's standards. Probably should have done Trader. Who cares? I don't. You don't. Your mom doesn't. Nobody cares. Let's just fill up a debuff team here. Grama's a traditional debuffer. Not chaotic, though. And then Baloth was often used for his Explodey and being chaotic and cleaving. Your mom cares? Have her call me. Is she single? You heard falafel team? So, in a way, something like this could work. Baloth and Briv are not themselves debuffers in this team. However, they are both chaotic, so if you make freely chaotic, they will both be cleaving, applying his debuffs, which can be important as well. So, for example, there's freely. With his specializations, you are choosing to... I did it again! He's in my early pushing team and I have it set, so it auto-selected. Another chaotic would be better than Grama. Opportunity is higher debuff? Potentially, yes. I'm just going with like an old traditional team. I mean, you could throw... I mean, Yorvin is chaotic and a debuffer, so you could throw Yorvin over Grama for his debuffing on top of another chaotic chance to apply. something like that. But you'll choose between trust in the law, value neutrality, or always expect chaos. We currently have 8 chaotic people, so that will be that many potential attempts at applying cornucopia on top of everybody else's debuffing. So that's where he excels. Get those potions away from this man. So yeah, the last thing to talk about with Freely is Adventurous Tale, where each area completed with Freely in the formation, you gain a bonus to the divine favor you earn when you complete an adventure. So if you're doing a favor run, you do want Freely in there for as many areas as possible, because he will increase your return of favor. So he always has that use even if you never use him. He's got excellent potential in debuffing. He can be good gold find because his gold find works the same way, in that it stacks multiplicatively and it drops more gold. There's feats for it that boost it up. But that requires generally a lawful run, and there's not a lot of good lawful gold finders out there. There's a few, and you generally need it to be in an Azaka farm, because I explained this briefly before. You need to be applying those debuffs. If you're just killing stuff, you're not applying the debuff reliably, he's not going to benefit. You need a stationary target, you're not killing, everybody's debuffing them, then you activate Azaka. You generally need lawful, because Azaka herself is lawful. And, who else was it? Was it Jar? No, not Jar. There was someone else who was important for neutral, or, yeah. Or lawful, rather. I forget who it was. Anyway, only works if he's in when you end. Oh, you mean Adventurous Tale? Quillick, that's right. Quillick was another one, yeah. Like Certainty does. Yeah. Did they mention working on it? Or I feel like that was talked about. I'm pretty scatterbrained today, though. Also, if you need to spike debuff, you can swap champions. His debuff is sticky. Yeah, and if you're quick on the money with most debuffers, you will briefly benefit from debuffing. But him in particular, yes. But yeah, I never recommend that personally, but it is a way if you're like really struggling with a boss to get past a wall, you can throw in a bunch of debuffers and quick swap back to your main formation to benefit from those debuffs, and Freely is a good option for that. I mean, Freely still has a lot of potential utility. Will always be useful for Adventurous Tale to a degree. You're not getting huge returns on favor with that. But it's still useful. It's worth doing. And the overwhelms, whatever. But that debuffing can stack like crazy. But it is a bit restrictive in that you need to stack as many alignments as possible. The reason I am talking about him so much and for so long is previously Freely was in the A+, almost breaching into S before. So that's very high by even today's standards with our reworking. We'll go to the current tier. I guess I should go over his availability first. So we'll do that real quick like. So being not neutral, he is good. Neutral, good. He will be available for Mert, but he does have not a TOT of 74 with not a great spread. So not available for Vajra, not available for Strahd, will be available for Zariel, and he released long enough ago, 1,420 days, 420, that he will not be available for Elminster, and with his spread, he will be locked out of Intelligence and Constitution for Day 1 Trials restrictions. So he is locked out of 2 Day 1s and is only available for 2 of the 3 patrons. Not good availability, slightly under average, I would even say. So not like full bad, but not good. E50 damage is huge. Yes, he can get good potential debuffing damage numbers, but again, that requires a formation that can benefit from that. It's actually pretty rare for an entire formation to be the same alignment on the neutral lawful chaotic neutral axis. It's pretty rare. Not always, though. But yeah. You forgot Ayla. That is who I forgot, Calcra. Yes, that was a huge one. Yeah. Sticky Chaotic Debuffer. Absolutely. I knew I was forgetting a big one. She was huge for me back in the day. Yep. Freely feels like he's slipped down a bit. Oh, I have it on that scene. Lol. Why do I always do that? Hi, Virgil. The other Virgil. Freely feels like he has slipped down a bit, but not awful right now. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, is like figuring out where he is now is interesting. You think the game remembers how many areas Freely was in for Adventurous Tale, even if he is not at the end of the run? Can someone test it real quick? Yeah, I feel like they did change it, but maybe they didn't. I had it in my brain that they did, but whenever you used Freely, the specialization would pop up with 3, 3, 3. Yeah. Hey, three's a lucky number though, right? So 3 3s has to be even luckier. What have you just witnessed in those sunglasses was... We'll go... So say hi to Virgil. He's looking at Kane's thighs right now. Previously, he was looking at Tyredack, offering me a monster. But now he is inspired by Kane's thighs. So, yeah. So, yeah. We had a previously high A+. Of course he is. High A+ previously. A lot of the people in that bracket are being bumped down, and he has a potential to reach very high numbers through his debuffing, but it's restrictive in doing so. Also can be good gold find, also restrictive, but always useful for Adventurous Tale to a degree. Probably C+, I foresee him being much higher than C+. Because his debuff isn't just click debuff. It is a debuff, and you can even hot swap right to your other formation after debuffing with a team of his debuffers to benefit from that debuff damage on your main team. It's clunky. I don't necessarily recommend it, but it's a possibility. Out with Rickroll, in with Kane's thighs. I mean, you might not use him for your Bud team, but if you're struggling, he's available. You can spike Bud and switch to Freely. Yeah, that's what I was just saying too, yeah. Like, just in the fact, because even if you were just running like a team of 5, he can still reach good debuffing numbers with that team, you know? Is he going to be ideal since we've switched to mostly a positional type scaling in this game? Probably not ideal, but... Oh, you meant B? Okay, I was going to say, yeah, C+ sounded low. You don't think he gets lower than A- regardless? He is, in a way, Vin Ursa-like, kind of. In a, like, the way my brain works, I don't mean, like, kit-wise, but... Yeah, Azaka's been getting some hits, so it's definitely harder to build up an Azaka gold farm. Not impossible, but harder. And that's the only time his gold shines, is in an Azaka farm. And even then, we have enough other gold finders that, in my opinion, an average gold find team is probably going to be better than him anyway. But that's still an option. He's still an amazing debuffer, which also makes him great for click debuff, just a debuff and click debuff, and has Adventurous Tale. Ah. Small red. A lot in the same seed. A lot of the same in that seed, yeah. It's like... Oh. Up to at least Grama. I mean, it would be... yeah, he can stack pre... Requires a whole formation around like the... Yeah. I only ever use him for Adventurous Tale. Still like him, though. I mean, in the spirit of what we've done, I can see him staying next to his, you know, debuff friends. That's kind of where all the debuffers have gone down to. Like, his ceiling is higher than Kroll. Kroll... Oh, would I consider Kroll more reliable? It can be hard to spread Virulent through Virulent. He has a higher ceiling than Kroll, though. With the added benefit of Adventurous Tale and Gold Find. Well, I mean, Kroll is useful for Gold Find as well, but... It's so high for someone you never use. Again, that's the problem. I will say this again and again. The game has, in my opinion, too heavily leaned into positionals that it's almost impossible to not just say, oh, they're not a positional, goodbye. But like so many champions who aren't positional are still really good. They're just not necessarily meta for the current meta DPS right now. But if we're ranking exclusively on his kit and everything he can potentially offer the game, he's very good. Curl also double dips debuffs. Yeah. Definitely weird ones to consider. Pain and Trader, you can see that. The debuffers have become more difficult to rank. A lot of people don't agree with them being so high, but they can still reach crazy ceilings. I mean, Orkero doesn't get crazy, but yeah. She still gets good. I can live with that. Still a little strange feeling, but okay, we'll do that for now though. Let's head back. All right, well, let's see. I think it's just Egbert and Jim left, right? Yep. Egg. You'd argue A+ if Adventure's Tale worked. Does it reset him in the background? I can't remember. Yeah, I don't remember if they fixed it or not. I can't remember. Debuffing can really help, especially sticky debuffers, yeah. Evil and Half-Elf Orkira found a new life. Egbert, easier freely, better gold, worse debuff. Worse debuff by not even a comparable amount. Well, let's get the egg out. Egg. So one big thing about Egbert that I think is great is he's a tank, a healer, a support, and a gold find. He covers a lot of tags, which is nice. However, he's not exactly the best, but we'll go through everything. We definitely need some people out for Atone from the past, though. Let's just get out his affiliation for now. Oh, the best champion, Corazon. Let's go! Who else is there, Dob? Merowyn, Prudence, Rust. Rust, that's who I was forgetting. Merowyn. And Prudence. Not really setting up a formation, just getting them out. That only put it to -1, huh? Alright, that's fine. Egbert is tanking Donner? Yeah, basically. Complete chaos formation. We could do that. Yeah, so, atone for the past. Egbert has a number of atonement points equal to the number of lawful champions in the formation minus the number of chaotic champions in the formation, not including Egbert himself. Egbert increases the damage of all champions behind him, multiplied by the number of atonement points. So right now, we're just at 1 because it goes to -1 or 1. His specializations can tinker with that, but we're going to go over his whole kit first. Lay on hands. After Egbert makes a base attack, if there is a champion below 50% hit points, including himself, he heals the most damaged champion, multiplied by the value of that atonement. So again, we're just at 1 with that. No matter what though, again, that's not going to scale crazy hard, but it does scale. He will also health share as a tank, increasing the health of all other champions, multiplied by the absolute value. So again, that will increase the higher we get that number, or lower, depending. And as he does have a health item and a health share that scales, not too bad as a tank. Yeah, let's... I went with Smoky Bomb. So, Egbert increases the global gold find multiplied by the value of atonement. Again, you'll scale atonement to scale his gold find. You don't need a formation when you have Egbert. But seriously, his numbers don't matter. Knockback bombs with dodge on Dragonborn Paladin for AA just fits too well. You know, he's good for AA right now in a weird way. But yeah, his numbers are low, but you need to consider everything. But we'll just quickly look into his specs. He should not be a hard one to find. There he is. So, the number of neutral lawful on chaotic axis in the formation is added to the atonement points, or the number of neutral is subtracted. So you're choosing whether to add more or subtract more based on the affiliation. So you got to decide, are you heading more toward the positive of 10 or the negative of 10, and choose appropriately. Let's go ahead and just throw out some neutrals. Now I gotta think of neutrals here. You're neutral, right? No, you're chaotic. I knew that. What? Let's just look at a list of neutrals. Ooh, 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 ooh. You're already back, Caius. That was quick. Knockback from Egbert is pure gold and high Elminster variance. You know, the knockback is useful, absolutely. It was an hour and 20 minutes. Whew. Woof. That went by quicker than it should have for me. Let's see. I'm just gonna slot in a bunch of neutrals. I don't care who. Jaheira. Or wait, no. Jaheira is... Yeah, she's true neutral, yeah. Seat 1, we could just do... Was it Sasaspia? It's neutral evil? Right? Yeah. We'll just do Sasaspia, we'll just do Jaheira, Kent? Or no, Jarlaxle counts too, right? Neutral evil? Yeah. No, I need to look at the list. Let's see. I guess we'll just do Evelyn. Evelyn neutral good. Don't care. Enough time to walk to gym, have trainer abuse, walk back. My Egbert is a good boy. So, we're at -9 now, with all the neutrals in there. So, that'll help that. Then his second specialization, the bombs, or the capitalism will be the two you're choosing between depending on what you're using Egbert for. You probably won't be considering Lay on Hands, as it targets the two most damaged champions and increases the amount healing in the incredibly rare scenarios where you might need the more healing and variants or whatnot, maybe. But at the end of the day, if you're using him in a pushing team, you're going to want to take bombs. If you're using him in a gold find team, you're going to want de capital. So Egbert's bomb, which is his auto attack or base attack, which is also important to consider because it's ranged. He's one of the very few ranged tanks in the game. They will also create smoke clouds that last for 10 seconds. Enemies in one or more of the smoke clouds take an additional flat amount of damage from attacks, which is debuff as well. You're not going to use them in a click debuff more than likely though, if you're using it for that. And have a 50% chance to miss with their attacks. So it's a knockback, a chance for them to miss attacks, and a debuff. So very good for a pushing team. Whereas the scales will increase the effect of golden scales, his gold find, for each Ox Venture affiliation member in the formation, stacking multiplicatively. If you're using any form of gold find, you're probably using Merylwyn and Rust, maybe even Dob. So that is going to scale quite well for his gold find, and inevitably make him the best flat gold finder in the seat. Obviously, Freely might overtake him if you're specifying in a Freely Azaka farm team, but as far as flat gold find, he's best in seat. He should be throwing eggs. There's no chance you need the more healing. Egbert is a health share tank, so his healing is 0. 5 plus significant digits. Yeah. True. Because generally speaking, if you're healing, you need it from percentile-based things, and you don't want to... Ooh, I almost spilled my coffee. You don't want to increase everyone's health in that scenario, yeah. But yeah, so generally, if for a pushing formation, you'll take bombs. So now, even with the full -9, we're only reaching E10 brackets right now at 81 points. His buffing never gets great. It objectively bad. His land hands increased a little bit. His health share scaled up a bit since we're now at 81 points. Did we cover more the merrier? Either way, Egbert increases the effect of Atone for the Past for each enemy on screen and each point of enemy boss and rage, stacking additively, then applying multiplicatively. So I guess to fully showcase that, we'll get him out, beside Briv, and see how that scales a little bit. Egbert bunny skin throwing eggs win. That would actually be pretty funny. A Harengan skin for Egbert tossing eggs instead of bombs. I back that. Let's just see. So he's down to E8 from the E10. But let's get him under attack and enemies on screen. Because More the Merrier will stack that up. But More the Merrier does not have gear and is additive. So that'll taper off really quick. And he's getting up to an E9 as some enemies are on screen. You're never going to have a crazy amount of enemies on screen, more than likely if you're in a pushing formation. So this isn't going to stack it up that high. We were at an E10, this is at an E8. So if we were still at the E10, we'd be at like E11, teetering on E12. Not the greatest. Tank that doesn't need to be in the front. It doesn't need to be in the front, but he probably should be, based on his buff. It doesn't have to be, though. His positional buffs... Oh, gold fine as well. Yeah. Yeah, we don't have the golden scales. Doesn't appropriately show his gold find because we're not in the gold spec, and we don't have his team slotted. But, yeah, so the bombs are important. Nova is the only tank you can think of offhand that's worth having in a formation that doesn't need to be in the front. I mean, yeah, Miri is important, yeah, Parada, because the zombies. She does buff other tanks while not needing to be in the front. Yeah, Crux can be too. I mean, Karlak. I mean, there's plenty of tanks that benefit from not being in the front, depending on what formation you're running. Yeah, one big thing for Egbert is he is currently in a good position to buff one of the more popular affiliations right now, the Absolute Adversaries. I'm gonna have to remove all these familiars, but oh, bruh, I don't care. Just do stuff. The big thing is the DPS of the Absolute Adversaries, the Dark Urge, needs to be, well, not needs to be, but if you're using Will, you're using Folk Hero, and that restricts races based on the buffs. And there are not any other Dragonborn for the Dark Urge within his own affiliation. And in order to reach 2 of 2 Dragonborn, there's very few options, and Egbert is going to probably be the best option there. Gives them a tank, gives them a knockback, and gives him another Dragonborn to benefit from the race option of Folk Hero. So he does have importance outside of Gold Find, outside of knockbacks, in a current team. Will that permanently last? We'll see. As more champions come out for the Absolute Adversaries and or potential feats, who knows what's going to happen with all that. Shouldn't Val be beside Mirak? I don't... This formation, I haven't tinkered with it in a minute. Yeah, he could, the problem there would only be in that, she needs to be adjacent to Shadowheart's image. But, yeah. And normally I want Narak, well, he would still, yeah. Anyway, I'm not going to tinker with the formation right now. But, yeah, Tomb is weird for this affiliation. And I have Dirge here just because adjacent to only 2 DPS. But, oh wow. I did it again. Nar. Why did I even activate it again? Anyway, yeah, it doesn't even have Gale. I haven't updated this. I mean, it would probably be just Gale instead of Dynahair at that point. In which case, I don't even know what I would do. I'm not going to think too hard about this right now. It'd be Gale instead of Dynahair to still maintain the humans, the sorcerers. And at that point, I don't even know what I do at that point because I still need Valentine adjacent to Astarion. I mean, I might move them forward. I don't know. I'm not going to tinker with that right now, though. Sentry needs a spec to value the front, so Sentry is another Sentry spell that worth having. Yeah, Sentry generally you're just going to be using for speed anyway, though, honestly. Which then benefits her not being in the front. You try to go miss-spec anyway with Gale. Yeah, in Tomb, though, with them in the back, you need him buffing things in his column or behind if you have them in the back. Because he cannot do things ahead of him the way this is set up. Anyway, where did we leave off here? Formation doesn't even have Gale's, but there are others. Okay, so I think you have Nova's a 100% damage front. Maybe I'm confusing. Nova doesn't have a specialization that goes to the front. She's either buffing those in her range or buffing those further away from her. It's not her position that matters, front or otherwise. It's more her adjacent or her distance to other champions. Anyway, Egbert. The egg. Yeah, I would need to we'll respecialize him now to look at his gold find, actually, is what we'll do. What is even my gold find formation anymore? I haven't done it. I keep going to Tomb of Annihilation just because it's a very simple formation to work with. I don't even know what my gold looks like right now. Looks fine. So in this scenario, if we want to focus on his gold find, where'd the egg? Where'd the egg? There he is. +7 with gold. That's going to put his gold find. Golden scales, we're looking at a 2e6 now. So, with a little bit of the affiliation member stacking. So yeah, he has a lot of utility. Knockbacks, potential defenses beyond the knockbacks with the missing opportunities can be used in gold find. Is a healer, tank, support, gold, health share, but his buff sucks. It just does. But he still has a place in some formations. Previously, I had Egbert in the B. Was it more the B or B plus? It is B plus. A firm B plus. You think what makes AA so strong is the invulnerability? You can get away with running 2 mediocre tanks in favor of hard damage and push way past where you're probably supposed to. See, if you can deal enough damage to push, you're already dealing enough damage to push past that, right? Your hardest walls are going to be how much damage you can put out, not how long you can survive. Because there are ways to mitigate that with invulnerability or other means. Did we do availability? No, we will do that real quick. Sometimes depends on bosses, yeah. But a lot of the bosses that are going to screw a run aren't going to be the ones he's mitigating necessarily. Sometimes, but we'll look at his availability real quick though. So, talking about the egg. He is good, so he is available for Mert. Let's see if he has any attribute feats. No ability score increases. But naturally, 14 con for Vajra, but he will be locked out of Strahd with a low int. And does naturally have the strength and charisma in spades, by the way, for Zariel, and was released 594 days ago. So will be available for Elminster for quite a while, which is useful for that absolute adversary team. And because of his ability scores and his poopy wisdom, he will not be available for that day one, but is for every other. So, at the end of the day, locked out of Strahd for patrons, and the wisdom for day ones. Overall, pretty good availability. Not the best, but better than average. So not too bad. In 19... Oh, yeah, in zones, shenanigans are the only way to survive. Or just, peaking your damage and bud relying. But yeah, bosses will still halt you up depending on the boss. Especially in trials. So, yeah. Where is the egg going? Where is the egg going? I just don't foresee him really climbing at all is the thing. He does have usefulness. It's hard to ever... his buff will always be kind of dog water. Freely at the top of A-, that seems generous. We spent a long time on Freely. I thought you were going to argue with me on Thursday, guys. His debuffing in the correct team gets to, for me, at my item levels, we're talking, it was like an E68 to E70. I didn't think you'd still be going. I usually end right about 3:30 my time, which is in 15 minutes. We're probably going to extend a little later today, but I'm usually still on, or just about getting off right around now. But yeah, no, Freely gets, in the proper team, really high, and an average team, still decently high. Has the gold find potentiality in an Azaka farm, and the Adventurer's Tale will always be useful. We going 10% the usual speed because no one requests to go fast. I didn't... Egbert, you would have said B+, gold health share tank, relevant for one of the strongest setups for Elminster. Yeah, I'm thinking... My mind was teetering between just under DM or somewhere in the upper B-. That's where I was thinking. Thank you for the follow, Lord Ratava. How you doing? You're comparing him to Evandra in your mind, and he has more uses but worse numbers. I think he outperforms Evandra only in that she can only buff neutral. He buffs just everyone behind him no matter what. She is a very restrictive buffer. Her buffing can get higher though, and she has the added benefit of Witchlight, but he has knockbacks. He is useful in a gold formation, so is she. They are both good for gold. They are somewhat similar. My biggest complaint about Evandra is neutrality. If she had a feat or a specialization to combat that neutral, she'd be so much higher. But neutral is such a restrictive one for DPS. Putting him higher, but I really value Will's Folk Hero stacks. That's the thing is, for the game specifically as it is right now, he might be considered a little better just because he is making one of the better formations right now qualify and synergize together. That is very niche. It is to be considered. I don't think it's bumping him up an entire tier or anything. But do I see him climbing into B+ on this list? I was more thinking maybe in the B-. If he climbs to B+, it is the bottom, though, in my mind. At least B- due to the less restrictive buff support. You'd say behind Point, but you can see him behind DM too. That's the thing, and I think he's one of only 2 ranged tanks, which should be considered as well, him and Crux. And being a ranged tank can be important. The knockbacks is huge. For example, more relevant right now than Ashara or Kent. Best in slot for Goldfind is also worth quite a bit. Yeah, that's the thing. Range tank, knockbacks, relevant for most Goldfind formations, if not all of them. Well, other than Freely, obviously. Kent has basically been displaced from everything except restrictive variants, and Ashara... I don't think Ashara is a meme. I think Ashara is still, like, in the running for, like, 5th or 5th to 6th place in DPS these days. But, not an entire meme. Meme status is, like, Binwin and Ishii. That's meme status. But yeah, Kent really... He was so good until we got Antreus, Karlach, and Crux all in that seat. Yeah, but he is still good for his availability and isn't a bad champion. But as far as, like, yeah, as far as who I'm looking at here, I don't necessarily want to put Egbert behind Kent and Ashara. So maybe even the top of B-. I could see him being the gatekeeper of B- over Kent. You're a meme. No, I think Ashara isn't a meme yet. I think she still has decent scaling. Ashara's the best core DPS, but that's not a high bar to jump. No, but she gets double dips from Potpourri and scales from all 3 bonds, one of them twice. So we're talking E15 to E16 3 separate times. That's not terrible for a core DPS at all. Meanwhile, Farideh gives herself an E10 buff and an E4 buff, whoop-de-doo, compared to that, you know? Though she is more restrictive. A B+ for being a good boy. Okay, so I contend this again. Sinux, in your mind, is him being the gatekeeper of an entire tier better or worse than being the bottom of a tier where it's basically the same rank? You know what I'm saying? We're not about to call Farideh B- either. No, but I was just comparing to a random DPS I saw on the list. I'm saying her scaling is better than many other DPS in the game, even if she's not necessarily contending with Krond, Warduke, Artemis, Dirge. Being higher is better. You think so? I think, see, in my mind, being the gatekeeper of an entire tier versus being the bottom of another one, where it's literally almost the same rank, being the gatekeeper is a more important role, I think. But I'll leave this one to chat. He looks down on B- peasants like the prince he is. That's crazy. Like, literally all of you want him in the bottom of B+. That's funny. Except Golstog. Golstog's with me. I see the gatekeeper of B- a better honor than being the bottom of B+. But it's all perspective, and it's basically the same rank anyway. Becoming the gold standard for something versus, you kind of made it into this bracket. It's your list, but you're wrong. Don't make me kiss you guys. I love how we reached to the point where we're going to argue B- better than B+. I'm not arguing B- is better than B+. I'm saying when the top of B- and the bottom of B+ is literally the B rank. Just a flat B, no matter how you look at it, right? Like, that's pretty much the same rank. I'm saying it's a better honor to be the gatekeeper of a bracket. I'm the best that can be of this bracket versus I barely slipped in. I don't really belong here. Maybe I do. I don't know. Blatant nepotism, yes. Higher tier is better, or tiers are meaningless. The top of the F tier is better than the bottom of E? I didn't say better. I said they're basically the same. It's all in optics, right? How you view it. Being the bottom of something or the top of something where that something is almost the same. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. I can see him, if we're talking just raw tier to tier, he is so close to me between those two. So close. How are we not being objective, though, when we're arguing literally like the same ranking? Because to me, he could teeter either way, for me. Because out of the entirety of B+, his numbers are the worst. Maybe contending with Whittle. But I can see him getting in there. Xander equals Binwin. I mean, why not? They both suck. We talking raw egg. All right, bottom of B+ it is. And now we have the Gym Boy. Yeah, but he fits so many niches so well. I'm not saying he doesn't. That my argument isn't that he's bad, but that was more of a joke argument than anything. Can't have them be blue. Now we got the Jimmy Boy. So, Jim somewhat recently reworked and became much better than he was. We've talked about him briefly. That being said, when he also got a knock on his Jimothy formation, which effectively just murdered the Jimothy formation. So, I mean, we might as well just go straight into him. This is Jimmy. This is Jimmy. Slippin' Jimmy. Yeah, I guess we'll just go straight through. So, Heidi box. Whenever the formation is under attack, Jim hides in a small, protective cardboard box and fires twice as many magic missiles when he attacks. That is important for his Wand of Wonder, which we'll get to in a second. His fan club will be his primary buff and scales really well. Increases the damage of Jim and everyone in the columns in front of and behind him for E4. For each affected champion, stacking multiplicatively. This is pre-stack. This is a very good scaling ability. It gets crazy. Notice we're at E13 right now with just one stack. Let's throw out my Artemis team, who I don't think I even have leveled. Everybody but Torgar. In my Artemis team, he is hitting 9 people. That's jumping it to an E52 in this scenario, and that's before Artemis's observance. So, clearly it scales quite well. It is just a flat buff. There's no shenanigans to be had with it. It's applied, and it's there. All you need to do with it is to get it affecting as many people as possible to scale it up. This can be done, in this case, in this formation, the only person is not on is Narak. That's why it's 9. Because in front of Jim are the 2 tanks that Valentine is not applying it to, and Artemis is observing it, so everyone but Narak is getting it. You can mitigate this in some ways, like say I was using Evelyn instead of Narak, maybe? Because he still counts them too, right? No? Am I misremembering that? Oh well, irrelevant. We'll get to that later. Who was there? Narak. So, let's go through the rest of his kit. Scales really well. That's where everything's coming from. Big boy. That's right. Thank you, Caius. That's right. I was like, duh. Wand of Wonder. Every 10 attacks, so that's why it's important for him to attack more frequently. Jim uses Wand of Wonder, providing 1 of 5 random effects. Turns a random enemy... Wow. An enemy. Turns a random enemy into a large, warty toad, stunning them for 5 seconds, and then slowing it for 10. Give the other specs a note. Yeah. Beat you to it. Credit where credit is due. You are a ninja. Kalkra, the ninja. Is Toro still worth using on Artemis? I currently do, just for simplicity's sake. I'm not saying my Artemis team is the best, I've gone over that before, but I still currently use Torgar. Or his attack will turn a random enemy into an abyssal chicken, reducing its health by 5 orders of magnitude to a minimum of 10. This is the nerf to Jimothy. This is the nerf to Jimothy. I am hard fumbling on words. Before, the chicken would just have 1 health or whatever it was, like 10 health, so you could just click it down no matter what. That is not the case anymore, as it is only reduced by orders of magnitude. Orders of magnitude, just meaning the exponent, so when we're dealing in, E500 health, reducing it to E49 or however it's going, that's not going to get you to progress the way Jimothy used to, unfortunately. Worth using, yes. Toro's fine, best, not always, but still in some formations. The problem is in a lot of formations, a lot of the best people in an Artemis team are very hard to position properly. And that's why I like Torgars. You can throw them almost anywhere. You always keep entirely meta every time it shifts. Yeah. Working Artemis formation is fine, just every 3 months or so when the legendary dismantle happens. Yeah, they're doing it seasonal now, right? It's every 4 months now, I thought. Every seasonal event and by seasonal I don't mean seasons, I mean literal seasons in real life. 3 months they said? Oh, I thought it was every season shift event thing they did. Okay, 3 months, noted. But yeah, so the chicken isn't nearly as useful as it used to be. Might bump down their health a little bit to help you out, but whatever. Turns a random enemy into a mimic with 5 armored hit points that drops 10 times normal gold when killed. This is very useful for an Azaka farm, turning an enemy into an armored unit you won't instantly kill to keep that singular thing alive for your Azaka farm. A random ally is assigned one of their skins at random until you change areas, which is why you will see him occasionally just randomly change someone's outfit. 3 months is... Well, yeah, but... True. Anyway, that threw me off, now that I'm thinking about it. Jim shoots a line of gold coins across the field, dealing damage to all enemies in a line and dropping 1 enemy's worth of gold. That's kinda whatever. Technically, you can make that work with gold find a bit, but... I guess you could. In a way. I've actually never tested that. Doesn't work with pilfer? Okay. Well, I was wondering too, you could almost use that as a pseudo Azaka and use Dob instead, right? You gotta go, but have a nice rest of your stream. Hey, thanks, Goldstog. We'll be wrapping up pretty soon anyway. There are better gold champs in that slot. I mean, that's true too, yeah. You'd ideally be using Freely or Egbert. That's fair, yeah. I was just wondering the shift of, if you use Dob the whole time, would Dob's gold find be better than Azaka for that seat? I've just never tested that shift. Of using Dob instead of Azaka, and scaling his gold find instead of using a seat 7 gold find and using Jim in place of Azaka. Anyway, I should test that sometime. But yeah, anyway. These transformations do not affect bosses or special enemies, only normal enemies. But he will he will further stack up Fan Club with Magical Mystery Tour. The effect of Fan Club is increased for each time an enemy, ally, or ally's equipment is polymorphed or transformed in some way, stacking multiplicatively up to 100 times. So, you could, I could remove my familiars instantly killing things, and when he hits, he'll start transforming things. There are other champions like Fen. She's one I often recommend. You could slot Fen. Her ultimate is a short cooldown that transforms her. That will always count. So, boom, she transformed, that counted as 1. You could use someone like Strix, you could use someone like Averin. Strix's ultimate technically shifts her in some way. Boop, equipment changed, so that'll count. Nixie transforming into a pot, or I think her blue transformation counts as well. So there are multiple ways you can start scaling that up to further boost fan club. You can see we're already at E59 with only 7 stacks, and 7 is not an insane amount to consider. That will happen in an average push. Are you going to get the max 100 every time? No. But you can get up to 10 feasibly, and we're at E59 with that. So that added bonus on top, it gets quite good. And then we will look at his specializations. And this is where I made the goof in my head. Where are you at, boy? There you are. So, you can either flat increase fan club by an amount, which is often one you will take depending on your formation. You can increase the damage of champions whose base attacks are magic. For each champion whose base attacks are magic in the formation, so that's if you have a full seated team of magic users, or increases the effective fan club by a lower amount than the first choice, but all members of Acquisitions Incorporated and the C team in the formation join his fan club regardless of their positioning, which is what I was talking about before, and we'll do that now, where let's say I was using Evelyn as my tank for this formation instead of maybe Nrak. Now we'll be at 10, because with that specialization choice, all of these members will always have it. So, and a lot of people do currently run Evelyn, Strix, and Jim, so you'll always have them in the formation if you're running that in an Artemis team. So that is a potentiality for sure. Yeah, at the end of the day, just that scales so well. And for reference, I have him roughly 2,000 as far as those, and you're seeing a lot of 19 and 1800s. Yeah, so I do have him up there, but that scales pretty hard pretty early on, and as long as you're affecting as many people as you can, it's just good. It's just good. But let's look at his availability. And of course, he'll always have use in spawning the mimics for an Azaka farm. That definitely lost the Jimothy, which sucks, because that was one reason he did rank as high as he did, was the Jimothy, but I even increased his rank because his scaling got crazy. But let's look at his availability, which is kind of where he takes a hit. He is neutral, so he is not available for Mert, and we'll just quickly look through his feats. You'll see there is only strength. That only comes into play for, well, actually that does come into play for a little bit. This is another scenario of Bite Glow not counting the +2 strength for Zariel, but we'll get to that. Vajra, his con will never be able to apply him to Vajra. He does have high int, so he will be available for Strahd. With this 2 strength, he does have the strength and charisma for Zariel, even if Bite Glow doesn't say so. But he was released 1,735 days ago, so he will not be available for Elminster, unfortunately. And again, with that strength feat, he will be available for the day 1 strength restriction, but he will be locked out of the Constitution. So, he is available for 2 of the 5 patrons, and with a feat, only locked out of 1. Not the best availability. Not the worst, but he does hurt a little bit there. With that in mind, with the shift from his season, scaling him up, he did get into the A+. And he is an incredible scaler. Like, if he had perfect availability, I could even see an argument for him making it into S. And as a DPS, you could focus him as a DPS if you wanted to, but he gives all of his numbers to someone else as well, so he's a better buffer. I think with his availability, he won't quite make it to S, but he is incredibly good for scaling. And one of the best buffers in the game. For just a raw, flat number, I foresee him going somewhere in the A+. But let's hear from you guys now. What do you guys think? You think his buff is high enough, you can't give him less than an A+? Yeah. It's one of the better pre-stackers. Preach your religion. See, with everything we disagree on, Caius, every now and then we'll land on the same spot. And that's actually better buff than Blushi, yes. Scaling-wise, I mean, if we're talking raw scaling, we're talking right there, right? I think potentially Karlach has more utility than him, maybe even Crux, that he might be more of in this kind of spot. But that's kind of the argument now. You'd put him behind Crux, but you think Crux is S tier. Do any of the other A+ champions have availability this bad? Not since we moved Spurt, no. I don't think so. Well, Shadow Hearts... and Vin Ursa's wasn't amazing, I don't think. I need to look. Buff too good to drop below A+, even without much gear. Too restrictive and dependent on, like Valentine, even without availability to be S. Yeah. You convinced me, I'll have to use him. Jim's great. I do not feel bad about recommending Jim to someone. At all. He doesn't fit with Krond, but, I mean, he can be used with Warduke just fine. Amazing for Artemis. Yeah. Warduke's, or, Krond is the only one he isn't the best with. Bottom 4 in A+. Oh, I see what you're saying. Fully stacked, he's like E30 baseline, which is crazy. Without gear, Lediath used him on gearless, yeah. Dirge with Vi, Ev, Jim is pretty good too. If you're just looking for raw numbers, potentially, you're gonna tend to want to lean into Will and Shadow Hearts. For Dirge, more than likely, though. Because Vi shares a seat with Will, and Ev shares a seat with Shadowheart. Yeah, but yeah. Considering restrictions, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I foresee him going there, just behind Crux, contending in the top of A+. If we're talking raw numbers, he's the tippity top. Like, if he had good availability, S, but tippity top of A+ with raw scaling. He's just good. He's just good. I think that's where we gotta go. I feel like there was something else we were going to talk about at the end of stream too, but I've already forgotten because I'm an idiot. Ugh. Was it Xerophon? Xerophon does still feel weird. Humming and hawing. But Xer's for like 20 minutes. Random off-seat question. What's with Narak's Keymaster numbers changing? Did he just lose his event buff? That would be the first thing that comes to mind. No, he still has his event buff. Or do you just mean in general, like how it works? It changes while he's slotted. His Keymaster? Oh, Keymaster. Okay. I thought you were talking about Way of the Kensai. Yeah, no, that, event buffs are broken. Yeah, a little bit. Are you stacking up ultimate charges? That's the thing. Do you know fully how Keymaster works, Kalkra? Oh, I see. I do wonder if it's just event buffs being wonky. Yeah, it just spiked a bit there, didn't it? I saw it out of the corner of my eye, so I'm not sure. It looked like it spiked briefly, though. No, yeah, that's what I'm saying now, Synox, is I think they are just broken. Like, because it does the same thing with Gale's Netherese Orb, right? Because I've seen it spike for no reason in some runs where it shouldn't be getting as high as it is. So yeah, if that's what we're talking about, then yeah, I think that is just event buff being wonky. I thought you were talking about something else. I don't know. I don't know why the event buffs are so wonky. I feel like they've done event stuff long enough. Maybe it's just the way they're interacting with them now. I'm not sure. Well, I guess it's time to and ha some more. Because sometimes it spikes from E60 to E90 for you or something crazy like that. Yeah, my like natural is like E60, and when... Or no. Oh, now you got me all mixed up. I just remember seeing it when we did Seat 3 with my Artemis, and I was like, what? Like, shouldn't be that high. But yeah. Narc was broken during his Season 2? Probably. I don't remember that, actually. I maintained... Oh, there probably was. I don't know. When things are gone, they're in the past. I remember them vaguely. I remember specific events in my life to the T, but stuff like that just kind of disappears. Oh, wait, no, I do, because it was like... Yeah, Stunning Strike was ridiculous, and even then, Birdsong was double dipping in it then too, right? Yeah, Birdsong and Curl double dipping, yeah. I remember now. Torgar and Egbert feel like the 10th spot throw inst for Art and Dirge respectively. Do you think that's fair? I mean, in a way, yeah. There are definitely other options for Artemis, but Egbert is more important for Dirge, specifically because of Will's folk hero. But I think I see what you're saying, Lazy. Yeah. Torgar is more of a throw-in than Egbert, but in regards to what you're saying, I know where you're coming from. His slot 6 wasn't capped as well. He found good up there, positional buffing. Yeah, I do remember the double dipping with Birdsong, because I remember hyper spiking my Trials of Mount Tiamat when that happened, and I was like, oh. Egbert is 100% necessary for AA, in your opinion? If you're leaning into Will's folk hero over Ceramorphosis, yes. I don't think you have to, but I think it's the ideal, for sure. I'm still eyeing Xerophon. I don't hate the placement, I'm just still unsure, more than anything else. Gotta go see you Thursday. See you later, Lazy. Looking forward to seeing you on Thursday. Just look at that face. He is kind of a derp master in a good way. Good old egg. The egg. Look at the egg. What are his skins? How does he... Yeah, he needs a Harengen glitch and throwing eggs that explode in confetti or something. Harengen! Is the ongoing tier list published anywhere? I know YouTube links the old one. I wasn't planning on linking it until we'd finish C12. Because I don't want I could do both, maybe, on the Google Doc. Maybe I'll do that. A lot of people question the Google Doc too, and I gotta... Can anyone answer me why I might use a Google Doc for it? Here I go. See you Thursday, hopefully. All right, Calcra. See you later. Make them golden eggs that explode in coins. Because I understand the critique of me putting it in a Google Doc. To a degree. But I want to see if anyone understands why I might do that. Because you can link it and lock it for editing. Bailoff might sue if you use confetti. Does he have exclusive rights to using confetti? You're half right, Caius. That YouTube won't complain about. Another reason, too. There's another huge one that no one thinks of, and that is, if I had a different link for every time I did a tier list, that means I have to change the description of every single video I've ever done that has a link to my tier list. So I need a stable URL that I can use, and I can't edit tiny URLs without having a subscription, which I'm just too broke. And so I need a stable link that I can edit and lock, and like you said, lock for editing, and it's a safe URL, and I can keep it as one single URL that I can always link to. I am not going to go through every single one of my video descriptions every time I update a tier list. But yeah, maybe that's what I'll do though, is on the second page of the Google Doc, I'll put the most current tier list. That might be a good idea. You can be agreeable sometimes. But no, because I've seen a lot of people like heavy complain about that in some comments, and every great once in a while, I'll just take a peek at the Discord, because I'm not active in the Discord at all. I'll just take a peek at if anyone said anything. I'm like, oh, yeah, okay. And Reddit too. I generally don't though. I don't like looking up myself at all. But yeah, I think I'll do that. I think I'll add the current, I'll save it, what we've done so far, once we finish Xerophon. And yeah, I'll link that on the second page of the list and mark it as like, update in progress or something. I think that's a good idea. Xerophon, Xerophon, Xerophon. Oh no, I'm starting my autistic rocking. I need to stop that. Top of C+, he can be the glorious gatekeeper. For some reason, I really like Evandra being the gatekeeper of C+. No matter what, okay, let's go this in the B-, position by position, right? I do see him above Veronica. I do, personally. I can see an argument for both ways. I see him above Veronica. Do I see him above Korth? Do I see Xerophon above Korth? Korth is pretty good. He does give... It's because you associate her with neutral, so you want her in the middle. But that's the thing. Neutral is so rare in DPS that does make her incredibly... below average, actually. The only reason she becomes that average is because of her other utility. Like, yes, her numbers get good, but who does she... who does Evandra buff with it? Lucius and Black Viper? Okay. Korth's biggest thing is the dex, yes. Xerophon overall at the end of the day buffs more than Korth, but Korth does have unique synergy with the dexterity scaling, which can be effective in the dex core, effective for reaching certain thresholds of buffs via Diana or Zorbu, and is that enough to justify being ahead of Xerophon? Yes or no? Cool and unique, yeah, and that's the thing. There are some uses to it, but are we saying that Xerophon is still better than that or not? Regardless of buff, you just want her in the middle because that feels natural. There's an Evergreen, gets item levels for free, and that's a fair point too. Evergreen is always useful when you can put up good numbers as an Evergreen, because you just get loot, like Blushi, like Crux. Xerophon doesn't necessarily reach that threshold of numbers though, that they do. Above Korth, I could see Xerophon climbing above Korth. You don't want Zero getting item levels. I still every great once in a while use Xerophon. When heavy restrictions kick in, I know there's at least some decent numbers going to be pumping out. As people have an E20-ish buff, you don't have to work so hard to put in place. Yeah, I mean, you can, with enough item levels, you can get to E20 overall buffing reliably on Xerophon without, like, heavy farming, repeated imitation. And I do think I see Xerophon above Dadius as well, just because for some reason I thought Dadius affected more people. But then when I looked at it when we were ranking Dadius, there were a lot of DPS excluded. A lot. Maybe that is where I see Xerophon. Dadius numbers are good, yes. Dadius gets hit by the Evandra effect. Where, yeah, those are some decent numbers, but... Oh no, we welcome off topic, don't worry about it, King of Soul. You just realized Korth can enable DPS for Dex Core, yeah. You don't remember if it was discussed in Seat 2, but that may raise him a couple slots to B-. A couple slots of spots in B-. I see what you're saying. I could see Korth even being over potentially Dadius, maybe. I don't see him climbing too high, but that is true. Like we were just mentioning that Korth does have the benefit of qualifying for things people can't otherwise qualify for. Randomly, you used Rhea yesterday in one of your background parties when you were grinding out some of the event variants you've been lazy about doing. She was putting out like E22 for you. I think when we were showcasing her, I was busting out like an E19. Dadius does just have good numbers too, though. Surprisingly yeah, no, Rhea's pretty decent too. Yeah, it is again useful that she's evergreen and you can get what the golden epic was for Searing Radiance, right? That you can buy in the shop. I don't recall. Yeah, Searing Radiance buff. She had shiny anyway, yeah. But golden, though. Free golden for her, basically, from Patron is nice. With his right spec, Dadius can buff in 12 champions and reaches quite a good number of champs. It reaches a good number of champs, but when considering him a support, it has to buff a DPS. And we were looking at that list, and it was a surprisingly few viable DPS was the problem, even at 12. But I'll pull it up again. I mean, Dirge is a big one. So, let's, well, alright, that one doesn't, so we'll just go here. See, I mean, again, I guess he is, yeah, because, let's see, so Dirge is a big one, and Artemis, but he shares a seat with Valentine, who you're probably using over Dadius, and is available for Krond, but he doesn't match Survival of the Fittest, so you're not going to use him for Krond. That's the thing, he just, his availability isn't the greatest. Or not availability, but yeah. Your first and only fully shiny with 2 golds. Oh, smashing, Rhea. Yeah, and that is a problem too. Oh, we got a raid from Garawar. I believe that's how you pronounce your name. Sorry, I'm bad with names, as I went over today with Lediath. Welcome, and thank you for the raid. We are in the downturn of, oh, Thank you for the follow, Rolling Green. How you doing? That's okay. You can't pronounce your name either. That seems to be the theme for a lot of people around here. Yeah, we are just in the downward end of here after we've let's head back over here real quick. After we've slotted those from seat 1 through 7 in the new tier list. It's pronounced Bob. Thank you for the follow, Lurking Rider. How you doing? Oh, man. Yeah, we are currently discussing the few in the B- right now. At the end of here, Xerophon, Korth, and Dadius are being kind of stinkers for everybody, so we're just kind of looking at it. Thanks for the follow, by the way, Garwar. Xerophon has kind of put a kink in the chain here. Because while Dadius is putting up good numbers, you're saying Xerophon is kinky. Little bit, maybe. I mean, what is the limits of what Xerophon can turn into, right? But no, Xerophon puts up good numbers for an evergreen. Korth has that unique ability of altering dexterity, making potential viability for cores or other dexterity thresholds. And Dadius can put up good numbers, but he's very restrictive in who he buffs. They're kind of a weird three. Literally be whatever you like. Especially for Baldur's Gate 3 fans and how often I see Xerophon turn into a bear. There's a lot of champions I've been very comfortable where I've placed them and being like, yeah, that's a good spot. Xerophon's just kind of weird for me in determining a good position in the tier list. Most people see Xerophon in the B- range, but when we're talking spot to spot, new tier list ideas, which one could use sex? See, that is highly subjective. And I would need like a guest to come on to rank the men, because I can give men a rank based on objective attractiveness from my point of view. I guess that would still be subjective, but I don't want to sex any of the dudes. Yeah, objective from my point of view. Yeah, exactly. I was like, wait a minute, that's just subjectivity. Yeah, not a whole lot of arguments for where the placement is right now. I haven't seen. Between we descending Xerophon, Korth, Dadius. If there's any arguments for or against, have at it. And we're talking about anything at this point anyway. We like sidetracking here. You mean objectively you don't think Briv is a good idea? What with the whole metal thing? The middle of the list doesn't tend to have a lot of spiciness in it. We fight over the top and the bottom. Which is kind of funny to fight more about Xander Binwin Ishii over Xerophon's placement. Which I still might just remove the E tier and make it F and make it sequential in F. Coffee 2 gone. I'm liking overall a lot of what we've done with the list. There's a few we're still thinking about for sure. Xerophon being one of them. You mean who is top and who is bottom? We're not talking about the kinks anymore. How you doing, Necronus? Korth should then be directly in the middle, so they can buff those directly above Van. Yeah, I see what you're going for there. Which is funny because there's currently no one directly above or below Korth on the screen. So Korth is buffing no one. Empty slots. But yeah, I think it was you, Caius. I do like the idea of, in the Google Doc, I'll need to remember to do that after I post the VOD when I'm done, to add the current list as it is now as a second page on the Google Doc. I should do that for sure. For sure. Except Warduke isn't ranked yet, so he's not on the list. So there is no inversion happening. Warduke will be Thursday, seat 8, this Thursday, 11:30 PST. I don't hate Xerophon's placement. It really is just like racking my brain though. Warduke Saturday, everyone with positionals gets flipped. Oh, I just stream on tomorrow instead of Thursday because of Warduke? No. Korth is buffing, no one's sad. Korth noises. What would sad Korth noises sound like? Just flip the pictures horizontally. So, are we saying, let's see here. Where is it? Are we saying, when we're ranking Warduke, I need to do this? It didn't work. Okay. Oh, I think I flipped that. That's what I did. Oops. Joke ruined. That won't work anyway. That's okay. The joke was I was going to flip it horizontally and I flipped the wrong thing. Time's passed. We need more lizards already. We need a lot of other races, man. I want more goblins. I want a team of dwarves. More lizards would be cool. Tritons? Don't we? We have that on Ashar's list, don't we? Somewhere? I believe so. Isn't that on the exotic? Or potpourri, as it is now? Huh, where is she? Did I leveled her. Maybe I didn't, actually. During today's stream. Oh, I have her on her bonds. Okay. Oh, Ishi's right. That's probably what I'm thinking of. Cause yeah, but we'll take a look since she's here. Exotic. A smart belly boy. Not unless it's potpourri, but we'll see. But yeah, I was probably thinking of Ishi. I'm not gonna look through all that right now. Yeah, no, not, so yeah, I was thinking of Ishi then, for sure. When we covered Ishi on, well, whatever we did seed 4, I forget the day. Yeah, there it is on Tall Folk, Triton. Give Nahara a lizard glitch. Half mermaid, half centaur character that only has the human halves. So a human. Someone played a character like that on Extreme. Oh, like Caius's comment, I see. Not a human. Pretty much a human. But a half mermaid, half centaur with both human halves would be a human. Fun fact, Ishi has a Triton reference because at the time they were working on the champion that would evolve into Warden, and originally they were a Triton with a different kit. Interesting. It's not a human because if they had kids, anything could come out. Fair. What about a half Triton, half Centaur that has just a horse head instead for some reason and a fish bottom? What about that? Like a seahorse, but in a more literal sense. They die immediately. Because that's how you get seahorses. I read that in Archer's voice with ants. I don't know if that's what you were intending, but... A bull with a horse's head. A Minnocen. It is hard to combine Minotaur and Centaur, now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, we were talking about that. What Synex is saying is, Egbert would be excellent with a Haringen glitch feat, throwing eggs. Egbert. That would be a good skin. Oh, man. Just thinking about what else could be from that affiliation, unique skin-wise. Pork pies instead, but they gotta be, the bomb's gotta be eggs. He's Egbert. And it just fits with the whole Easter theme, being a bunny. Put the bunny back in the box. No one knows what I'm referencing there, do they? The bunny. I've still had Xerophon in the back of my head this whole time. I don't hate that placement. There's just something that feels off, and I don't know why. It's probably just because I'm severely sleep deprived, but... What's in the box? No, I'm not referencing that one, but that's a good one too. Was that 7, right? With Brad Pitt. What's in your bag? If you mix a Minotaur with a Centaur, and you get the bull half with the horse half, is that a Minotartar? Yeah, that's why I was saying when someone said Minnocen, I was like, no, it'd be Minotaur. Wait, that's just a Minotaur. I think that's where Xerophon's gonna stay for now. I'm gonna keep that in mind though. We might move around, especially as we get more. I mean, seat by seat, we're just filling up the list more and more, and things are gonna shuffle around as they have as we've gone on. As just today, Spurt got into A- because of Vin Ursa, kind of bumping that spot. Cenotar. If you mix the two together in Merowyn's meat grinder, you might get tartar sauce. Spurt has one more tier to fall. Caius, you have a vendetta against Spurt. I get where you're coming from, though. That availability is very, very not good. The scaling is quite good, though yes, it does require a lot of investment. But until that ult equipment slot gets capped, it's hard to not consider how well that can scale, though. You just... S is for sauce. Spurt is cute, though. The cutest dead 11-year-old you'll ever find. How old is Spurt? Yeah, 11 days. That's a dead 11-year-old. Oof. It's a really good bonus for those age mechanics. This whole concept is funny, yeah. Spurt is B tier. It's only when he becomes splat that he moves up. Yeah, but the whole goal is to always splat. The S is for splat. But he's in the A-. So what does A stand for? Yeah, what the? Okay, I guess, that's interesting. Look at my gear. It's all white. Interesting. Until this gets capped, I still foresee Spurt in the A- no matter what. I don't see Spurt falling any more brackets. Maybe going down a bit, but I don't foresee any bracket shifting. But I think at a certain point this will get a cap. That's just my opinion. I know nothing about it. I just foresee that happening. Spurt Grama, new meta trust. What do you mean Spurt Grama? They're in the same seat. What you mean? Spurt S tier buff, knock down 2 tiers for minimum investment level to make him work, and more for availability. No art for me, no, and I don't know why. What did I do? Was it the dead child joke? They killed Spurt! A- becomes a negative life expectancy. You took 50,000 item levels. It took, rather. Slot 6 to make him Artemis. Sure, but still, uncapped multiplicative scaling is something that needs to be considered. I don't think Spurt, again, might fall further down in the A-, but I don't think Spurt is going to fall another full bracket. Let's get that back up. We'll see, of course, as time goes on. I don't see Spurt falling further, though, bracket-wise. The minimum bar to entry is so high. I mean, yes and no. It all depends, right? If we're talking meta, sure. But not everybody wants to use Artemis. And it takes not huge investment to make Spurt good for your formation. Like, a lot of comments I get on YouTube are people saying, I will never use Artemis no matter how good he is. And probably the best replacement in seed if we're just looking for raw numbers is Spurt. Omen puts up a good fight, though. Yeah, Spurt can be pretty good early on. Yeah, Will's always a good one to consider for those who can qualify for a 4, for sure. Oh, well, let's see. It is... it is definitely past what I usually call it. We've been just kind of pondering here for quite a while at the end of this list. I do think, I'm gonna call it pretty soon here. So if anyone has any questions, slip them in now, because I'll be heading out within, what, 15 minutes-ish. Oh, I have been going for, let's see, where's the timer? Almost 5 hours, and I'm getting hungry. All I've had is 2 coffees today, which is usual for this time, but I need to get something in my gut, food-wise. The good old meta conversations. It probably is a good thing Will isn't positional, honestly. If Folk Hero was positional, that would be ridiculous. You haven't been keeping up with the game lately? Is there a good source for recommended configs or just Discord? Honestly, the Discord is probably the best place to go. I do have... That is a side tangent that isn't even necessarily tied to Idle Champions I could go off on for a little bit if people want a full side tangent, but... I have a love-hate relationship with Discord. And yeah, that's a full side tangent though. I mean, I always cover, you know, on my videos, new releases and their mechanics, but I don't deep dive stuff. I like to make entry level, tap your foot in the water to see if you want to dive in content. If you want deep dive stuff, the Discord's gonna be the place to go. You know, now I'm just curious though, I gotta ask, for everyone here, most people use Discord in some way or another if you're a gamer, or even just in general these days. Do you love or hate Discord? Or in between? I gotta ask this now, it's in my mind. Both? You miss the early days when they're love? Here's the thing, I'll just go on my rant, because I also have a love-hate relationship with Discord, right? Discord is a cool guy who doesn't afraid of anything. Here's the thing. I like Discord for what it is, right? It does great for bringing some communities together, bringing some friend groups together, being a communication that outpaces, you know, Ventrilo, Skype, all that older stuff. It is good for that. It has become... Okay, that's exactly my point, Herc, is what I was going to go into. Forums were good, strong static content. Discord is not. That's the thing. Everything has shifted to Discord. Everything. Discord is only good because it's pumped to full investor money, and there's monopolized the market. It's going to crap out sooner than you think. Probably not... I think it's going to live longer than you think a little bit, but it's set up to a crash. Discord is a tool. You like it for its function. However, similarly, you have no need for TikTok. But here's the problem with Discord. Currently today is it has pooled... It's gotten too big, and it's pooled everywhere. Reddits are dying because of it. Other forms of forums are dying because of it. And maybe you hate Reddit. Maybe you hate other forums and you love Discord. The problem is that static content was better for Googling something to find information. If you want to hunt down information, you're instead going to get 10,000 people's opinion on it instead of being able to find that piece you're looking for. I hate it for that. It's replaced too many other things, yeah. They're going to intentionally make it worse and make you pay to get the functions back, and that's when it's going to die and something else will rise from the ashes, for sure. I don't discredit that. That might be when it dies. In that scenario, yeah. But right now, we're in a state where everything has shifted to Discord. Even Idle Champions Reddit is a perfect example of that, and that people still use the Reddit, for sure. But when I started playing Idle Champions, every single time people were posting codes instantly on the Reddit, and that's already stopped even, within just a couple years. People they don't care because it's just on the Discord you can go, which is fine. I don't think that's a bad thing. But in the grand scope of everything, hunting down information on games has become much more difficult because of Discord. So Discord is the Walmart of the internet gaming social community. However, sounds like Discord may eventually fail. Although at least it doesn't advertise to you. You hate being advertised at. I heavily agree with that. You love it as a chat game organization. I hate it as a wiki. Boom, right there, King of Soul. Exactly. You think Twitter has shown it's not so hard to make a replacement once a monopoly exists? Not so easy. Yeah. Pre-Discord, you was never a big yeah, and I was just using Reddit because it's like a big forum where you can often find core information, but even anywhere, like even game facts. I mean, that we're going deep now, but like I just can't think of anything else to compare it to. But if you want to just Google, even if there used to be the tool of, well, I'm not fighting with Google, so I'll add, plus Reddit, right? Or asterisk Reddit, whatever. And so then you could look through the Reddit threads. You can't do that with Discord. You can't find that specific information. Sure, many Discord communities will have pins of important information. And I think, again, this isn't a dig on Idle Champions Discord. I think they do a good job of pinning stuff. But it is definitely harder to find definitive information and not just a sea of mindless opinions talking over one another, trying to be the big dog. Reddit is also shifting into making money, which is why it's getting worse too. True, they did have a big push about that, like 6 months ago. I forget exactly what they did. They did a big push in that direction, but yeah. Again, there will be things that rise from the ashes of that, but specifically in the time frame we're in right now, man, I just love and hate Discord because, yeah, I use it every day for talking to my friends, you know, yada yada, but just as a source of information, oh, it's terrible. Terrible. Overall. Again, not a dig on Idle Champions' Discord at all. Just Discord as a whole. That is, I was just thinking about that the other day. I was just like, man, you just can't find stuff like you used to about anything. And it's because of Discord. And there's no basically shinier. Yeah. Only problem, ashes are a terrible foundation for construction purposes. Thank you for the follow, Black Widow. How you doing? You can mix the ashes and the cement and make a good foundation. But no, it makes for... I mean, for a metaphor, sure, it doesn't make for a good foundation. I think it does make for a good foundation, literally speaking, in that if you're going out with the intent to make a better product because another product isn't as good as you think it should be, that is a good foundation for making something. That's why the internet is always collapsing and being replaced with shoddier morals. Humans have never had morals. Happy to profit more from your outrage. It's fine. That's been humanity for... That's why I hate when people point fingers at specific things. That's how humans have always been, and they always will be. But there will be the occasional good thing that happens because of it. You get what you mean about Discord? I asked how many reboot stacks. Would it make Secretarian's advice a good buff and people were just telling you to use another champion despite me saying as a hypothetical and not a practical scenario? Yep. And that you'll run into a lot of that too, because you'll go, okay, well, I can't find the thing I'm looking for, so I'll ask. And then everybody's just a dickhead for the most part. We were sort of getting better for a while. Yeah. Roman cement was only as strong as it was because they added volcanic ash to it. Made a list of war crimes and told the Canadians to stop doing them. What? Fandom is the most reliable place for stuff they have. Bite Glow is a vital resource, too, for a lot of stuff. Yeah. The Geneva suggestions. Yeah. The thing is like, Discord might eventually even kill something like Bite Glow, though. It all depends on how long... I forget the creator's name. Someone mentioned it recently. Depends on how long they decide to upkeep it, right? Because there was another tool that I always used over Bite Glow that's just too far behind now. Won't integrate tools, though? True, but when someone who is upkeeping that website sees that everyone basically just has the information on Discord anyway, it depends on how long... Okay, Ufta. Yeah, even if they don't integrate tools, the information will still be there, right? People will make spreadsheets and links to other things, and one day Ufta might look at that and say, yeah, I don't really feel like upkeeping this anymore. All the information is there anyway. And so we might lose that tool, but then it becomes clunkier and harder to find that information within the Discord. Is that going to happen? You know, I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. That's just what has happened to many other things because of Discord. And again, I love Discord for a chat tool with friends, but you think Bite Glow is such a useful tool? It isn't going to be replaced? Who knows? And again, I'm not like pointing my finger at it by any means. I'm just saying things like that have happened over and over and over. Cleo, yeah. That one, I actually preferred the interface of that one, and I used to recommend it, but it just hasn't kept up, unfortunately. It'll be replaced the second Ufta quits and a major patch goes away. Yep. Now, and I can't speak anything, and I don't even know if I'm pronouncing their name correctly, Ufta. I don't know where they're at that with that at all. Like, I'm not accusing or, you know, saying what's going to happen. I'm just saying it as an example. But yeah, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I was just thinking about that the other day, and it just frustrated me. I forget what I was even trying to find. It was something real basic in, like, World of Warcraft. I used to be able to go to Wowhead and find literally anything with hundreds of comments, right? No one does that anymore. No one does. It's all in the Discord. And I do not want to sift through hours of garbage dialogue of people who are borderline NPCs talking about nothing to try to find what I'm looking for. History doesn't repeat, but it rhymes, Mark Twain. A fair quote. You know, they're relatively active in the well of spoilers and talking about keeping the site updated, so yeah. And again, I'm not like, that wasn't my point, was to say that's going to happen. I was just using it as an example of things like it that have gone down. A tool like ByteGlow should be integrated into the game. Good luck with that. Stuff like that usually doesn't happen. It would be fun, though. The wiki is pretty bad, too. The wiki, at least, is actually upkeeping pretty quickly these days with releases. I know they were, like, on the money with adding Diana when she was announced. Livufta, and as far as I know... I think you meant plans to not to quit? Because you did say Ufta has plans to quit. Yeah, but they could, and then exactly, yeah. And again, I'm not speaking for them at all. That's not what I'm saying. But again, just an example. Because everyone would hate that it's gone, and then you would have to just rely on the Discord, and that's what's happened to a lot of stuff. But they don't update old ones? Oh, that's fair, Cynics. I haven't looked at old wiki posts on there in a while. Clearly, brain got in the way of what I was trying to say. Or you just predicted the future. Yeah, that's true too, El Jefe. If Emote were to just quit caring about scripting, that would hurt the community. And not that she has any obligation to, but that's just one of those things. One day I might stop making tier lists and half of the people would rejoice. No, and that's true. Scripting isn't exclusively reliant on Emote, but Emote is a huge presence there, for sure. The spoilers would probably die, if nothing else. But yeah, love and hate Discord, what are you gonna do? It's a good and a bad thing like most things in life. I just had to rant about it. Man, what was I looking for? I can't even remember. You normally don't even know there's a patch before new imports are posted. I keep pretty up-to-date tabs on it just because I want to know what's coming for when I'm writing the script for my videos. So I do keep up-to-date on the spoilers most of the time. But generally, I just rely on, you know, Codename releasing the info when it's about to release. That's where I base my scripts off of, not spoilers, because spoilers can change at any time. But I like to have a general idea beforehand. You were looking to bump Shart above Evelyn. Are you just saying that because you want Shart above Evelyn, Cynics? Because I don't remember that. As with all things that fade in time, MSN, AOL, IRC, Vision Forums, etc., we shall move on and find something else to use. Yes, okay, I was gonna say Cynics. Yeah, no, AOL, wow, yeah. You mean like you're not going to have finished your ranking before your D tier is going to get the shakeup? Well, I just don't know, like, if I'm being honest, I intend to do this for a while still, because I enjoy it. But there's gonna be a certain time in my life where I'm probably going to have to stop for one reason or another. I mean, it's just going to happen. Whether it's life or something else happens. You tend to like perusing through the spoilers to see how the development of a champion changes as the Discord talks about them. Yeah, that's the thing. I really don't use the Discord. I don't really browse what people are talking about anything unless I like have something very specific I'm looking for. But I don't mesh well with looking through a sea of people talking. I'm very much more of a one-on-one or like this kind of format or one-on-one or a small group. When it's just a bunch of people chatting away, man, I don't like keeping up with that. It's just not my brain. It's not my preferred way of intaking information. Yeah, even just thinking about Discord, how much, even Skype just murdered Ventrilo even before Discord came along. Xander could get an extra tier lower at F. Some people wanted an X tier. I'm probably going to collapse the E tier and just make it F. Thank you for the follow, Bullet Will 64. Is that for Nintendo 64? You'll have to let me know. Welcome. Yeah, I mean, E and F are so similar that I'm probably gonna collapse the E and just make it F. Yep, nice. I was playing background music from Mario 64 last stream, I think. This is an X tier. If it wasn't nailed to the list, it'd be pushing up the daisies. Create a U tier for useless. Xander might deserve to be above Binwin Ishii. I know why you're saying that. Yeah, he actually buffs, whereas the other two just don't. I get why you're saying that. But I also remember you when we were ranking Xander to say, no, F tier, do the meme. So, you're being a little wishy-washy, guys. Some champions are party fillers. Okay, but it's so funny. Yeah, no, I mean, Xander really is a filler, and that's the only time you'll use him. Whereas Binwin and Ishii, as DPS, they are the filler of fillers if you literally have nothing else. So, yeah. There's room for Xander to be at the top of F tier. Yeah, I actually don't necessarily disagree with that, because I do feel like you have to be slightly harsher on DPS when that's all they do. Granted, Ishii is gold, but... England has G and U and they're grading. G is you got a grade and U means ungradable. I mean, is that just like the pass-fail system? She used bad gold in a seat with 4 gold fine. Yeah, and that's why. I was trying to think of this other day. Void, are you from England? Or are you just saying that? Ishii and Binwin may get buffs eventually, though. I mean, yeah, I can't rank them based on what they might get, though. So, Void, if you're from England, there is a saying I was trying to remember. You're from England? Yeah, okay. What is England's version of Murphy's Law? Because I know you call it something else, or at least in tandem with that, you have another term for it. And I couldn't think of what it was the other day. What is that? No, there's another term for it from the British. Sod's Law. Is that what it was? I think that is. Okay. Snafu. What can go wrong will go wrong. Yeah. Okay. I knew I couldn't place it the other day. I was trying to think of it. Also from England, yes, Sod's Law is alternatively Murphy's. Okay, yep. Yeah, I've heard multiple people from England say that, and I'm always like, what is that? Oh, yeah. Because I forget. Ugh. Or something. I love adding that to literally any sentence. Because you can be totally wrong, but hey, it was something. You know. I used to be an astrophysicist. Or something. You can't prove me wrong. I was something. Oh yeah, very familiar with foobar. Alright, well, it is 4:40. Where I am from, I've been streaming for 5 hours and 10 minutes. I am hungry. I am glad everyone decided to stop in today, checking out Seat 3, and remember we'll be checking out Seat 8 on Thursday, 11:30 Pacific Standard Time. So I hope to see you on Thursday, and I hope the rest of you all have a good rest of your day. Thanks for dropping in. Bye.